Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show. I am here with my good friends Eamon and John, and we are ready because today is the day, guys. Today's the day. What day is that? It's NVIDIA earnings day. It's one of the biggest day in the markets. It's, I don't know. I mean, it used to be one of the biggest day of the markets. Is it still? I don't know. We'll talk about that in a second. But, Eamon, John, how was your evening? How are you guys feeling this morning?
Oh. Well, I don't know. I feel good. It feels like a normal day.
Just feels like a normal day. Okay, all right.
John, how about you? Does it feel like a normal day for you?
For me? Yeah. Sure. I'm trying to do my homework here. Yes, it feels like a normal day. I'm trying to think also what I did in the evening because Peter asked. I'm like, what the hell did I do last night? I don't know. I went shopping for a bunch of specific things. My wife gave me a list and I came back and I got I want to say 12 out of 15 correct. And I don't know, the initial disappointment in her voice when I came home and she found the first thing that was not the right thing, it kind of ticked me off. And I don't know. It put me in a bad mood last night. I was like, I've tried really hard to find these 15 things, and you're not noticing the 12 things I got right.
12 out of 15 is a good average husband average. I mean, are these like complicated things, or are they things you buy every day?
They were all food items.
Well, but still,
well, look, you know what they say. If you get wives. Focus on the things that you did wrong, not the things that you did right. There is always a level for perfection.
I feel bad. That's what's coming to my mind when you asked how did your evening go, and then my mind immediately springs to I'm sure I went in my hot tub. That was nice. Went for a walk with my wife. That was nice. I guess I'm lingering on these.
A spouse thing, but you ever seen that video where there's this great series of videos? A lot of people have done it, but there's one in particular I think of where a husband is they're picking fruit, and the wife is picking fruit, and she's looking at them, and then she puts, okay, that one's good, and she puts it in a bag, whether it's a peach or an apple or whatever, and then the husband gives her every fruit the husband gives her, she rejects. So he starts taking them out of the bag, one she's already selected, and he takes it out of the bag and gives it back to her, and she looks at it and goes, no, not good enough. So it's sometimes it's just a spousal thing, right? Where it's it doesn't matter what you do, it's not good enough.
I guess that's how it felt, Peter. Yeah, that's exactly the feeling I had last night.
Yeah. Anyways, so guys, today earnings. Well, I was going to say earnings season continues. We're not heavy into the earnings. We're sort of past the majority of the earnings, but NVIDIA always reports late, and today is one of those days where NVIDIA is going to be reporting after the close today. We are going to do a show after the close. So we'll start at about 3:45 probably. We'll get that going. So we'll do an earnings call. So if you want to rejoin here on YouTube for that, we'll do that. We'll broadcast it into the chat room as well. So we'll capture that NVIDIA earnings, and we'll see. I don't know if it's going to be tradable or not. The last couple of times it's been, I don't know if I'd call it sketchy, but it hasn't been as exciting and energetic as you might hope, and that has been a little bit of a disappointment. So we'll see what happens this time. As always, there's big expectations. NVIDIA always has those, but we'll get to all of that. Of course, we have our gappers list to take a look at. Before all of that happens, why don't we just do a quick review of what happened yesterday and what we can expect for today? So, Eamon, that's your cue.
All right, guys. So yesterday, the tech finally got a little relief. We had a small green day, but very small. The S&P gained about 0.3%, Nasdaq 0.7%, and the Dow added around 0.3%. Obviously, semiconductors helped a bit. Nvidia did actually 2.2% ahead of earnings today. AMD jumped 5% after an analyst upgrade, and semiconductor index gained 1.4%. We also got some pretty weak economic data. The consumer confidence dropped to 89.4, and this is the lowest level in 7 months. And new home sales fell 10.5% in July to an annual rate of 607,000 homes. And that's, by the way, the lowest since January. Oil continued falling, and that's a good thing, right? That helped bring treasury yields down. So yesterday was basically a small recovery after a tough few days for the tech. But let's be honest, today is the day everyone has been waiting for. So let's head to what to expect today. Like we were saying, today is a big one. First, we get the PCE inflation report. This is important because PCE is one of the Fed's preferred measures of inflation, and with inflation still above target, every inflation report is important. We also have Nvidia's earning after the close, and honestly, Nvidia is probably the bigger event for the stock market today. Analysts expect quarterly revenue of $92 billion, and for context, guys, this is a double of what Nvidia generated 1 year ago. But investors are not only looking at this quarter. This is the thing about AI, about growth stocks. Earnings are just a thing from the past. Investors look for guidance and future expectations. Remember that guidance is one of the most important details that decides whether the stock is going to go up or down after earnings. And by the way, Peter mentioned it. I'm going to repeat it. The earnings will be streamed live after the close, so make sure to join us 4 p.m. Eastern. Oil is another thing to watch. West Texas Intermediate is down more than 2% this morning, around $80. Brent is around $86. And the reason is actually some good news. Iran and Oman are discussing temporary shipping corridor through the Strait of Hormuz, which could make it easier for oil and gas to move through this region again. So today we have inflation, we have oil, we have NVDA after the close. But I think we all care about NVDA the most. Yesterday it did not do a bad move, by the way. It was one of the cleanest open range breakouts I've seen in a while. I'll probably keep an eye on it today. Let's see if it's going to do something interesting today as well. John, Peter, back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Eamon. As you mentioned, we have some data coming out, a whole lot of data, actually, a lot of different data points, but it's all centered around that same PCE information that Eamon mentioned. So a lot of sort of variations on that. All that's expected to come out at 8:30. We have the GDP number, which is supposed to come out as well, and that's really about it, right? It looks like a whole lot of data points, but they're all centered around the same thing. We'll see how much market impact it has. Again, so far, almost every day, right, when we get this data, the market shrugs it off and continues on its merry way. So we'll see what happens today. 10 a.m., we do have the Atlanta GDP now, but they're producing that on a regular basis. And that's about it. That's it for today. So all around 8:30. Let's make sure we mention that, and we'll do that right before we head back to the chat room. And Jared takes over for engineering the markets. Which, by the way, so far this week I've done a horrible job at doing that cutover. I've forced Jared to cut me off because I just keep going. So, anyways, we'll try and do better. He slapped me on the wrist yesterday. So. Bad me. I've got to try and do better. Anyways, all right, let's get it going. Let's take a look at what's on the gappers list. We have a few things that are gapping up and gapping down, as always happens in the morning. We'll take a look at the top ones. We'll see if there's anything interesting. I see actually some familiar tickers that we've seen over the last couple of days and some new stuff. So let's start at the top of the list with some of the new stuff. DAIC, which is actually CID Holdco Inc. Man, that sounds like a fake company if ever there was one. This has got to be a holding company of some sort.
Holdco. Acme Stock Company, Peter.
Yeah, basically. That's what it sounds like.
There's no known catalyst for this. This stock was under 50 cents yesterday or the day before, and now it got up above around $5, I think, maybe more. Where's it at now? 5.75. Well, there you go. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's screaming, it's moving, but nobody knows why.
Yeah.
And why would a company called Holdco even need a reason?
I try to go to their website and I get 404 error, website not found. Not a good sign. That's not a good sign. All right, so whatever the reason is, this thing is just momentum moving. It's a low float. I see about 1.3 million shares in the float. So, yeah, if you're into the low floats, then this may be your ticket. But for me, I'm not going to take a look at it. Like we talked about the other day, right? You can look at the top list on the market. It's up there. It's number 4 on the gainers list. So it's just one of those things that are moving. And it doesn't really matter sometimes why, right? They just move because they move. So, all right, we'll move on. Not the type of thing we take a look at. Let's look at the next one, which is RDIB, Reading International Inc. Oh my God! Well, hopefully we're gonna get some of the weird ones out of the way quick, so we can look at other things. What is the deal with RDIB? RDIB.
Well, the problem here is that this is one of those companies when you type the ticker into the website I usually use to go fish out
Yeah.
news, it doesn't populate the
I
the
noticed
auto
that. I'm getting nothing too.
So
Yeah,
that's worse than Holdco, if you think about it, Peter,
Yeah.
possibly. I mean, can't even get them to show up there. I
Huh.
could give it the old Twitter try, but yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not sure I'd go chasing this one. Does it have a website? That could be the new.
I'm getting them on a different site here, and it looks like they had earnings. They had record Australian revenue.
Oh,
I
yep,
don't
yeah, I'm
know what
seeing it
they're
now.
doing.
Yes, it's an earnings beat, revenue up 11%. Seeing what else I can find here. I'm getting this in a kind of haphazard news kind of way here. Let's just say they had earnings and they beat.
Yeah, I got it here. They delivered 66.9 million in revenue, which is 6.5 million over the last quarter. 2.3 million in net income, which is better than the loss of 2.7 million they had in the same quarter last year. So, it looks like they delivered about an earnings per share of 22 cents. So there you go. So that's good news. I never heard of this company. We've never traded it. 3.6 million shares. Like, it's definitely in play. If I look at it, I mean, it's been moving okay here pre-market. I unfortunately, because we got sort of haphazard data, I don't really know what the float is on this. What does it say here? It says it's got a 300,000 share float. Yeah. Another low float. Let's see. Is it on our top list? If it's on the top list, I usually know it's risky. And there it is, right there on the top list, number 6. So that means that, yeah, another one you probably want to avoid unless you're a low float trader. So, all right. So, strike 2. Let's see if we can go. Now, I'm recognizing a couple of these other ones because they've been on the list for the last few days. SDOT and XPON. So, let's is this, this might just be continuation plays because they're popping up here yet again this morning. SDOT is trading on 550,000 shares. Boy, it's up 18% though this morning. Is this just a continuation or is there actual news going on?
I think it mostly is, although they did file to register up to 4.2 million shares for resale. So it's almost like they're piling on now that they got this stock moving. It's like they're trying to find little news items they can put into the world every day to keep the fun going, perhaps. But yeah, that's the new catalyst for today, if that's even what's moving it.
And you know what? We've seen that. I would say that's a well-functioning marketing department, sort of a investor marketing. If you're doing that, because you want to keep yourself sort of in the eye of the markets if you can. And if that's what they're doing, then all power to them. Not something I typically trade. I can't say that I've looked at it over the last few days. Let's take a look at what their trading was like yesterday. It actually doesn't look that bad. They had some decent volume and a steady drop in the morning. So, there might be some tradable activity on this. Daily, what did they do yesterday? Here's part of the problem. The volume may be dropping as they sort of peaked yesterday at 30 million shares traded. No, that was 2 days ago. Yesterday, oh, no, wait a second. 2 days ago, they had 30 million. Yesterday, they only had 2 million. All right, never mind. I changed my mind. Yeah, thank you. But no thanks. So, all right. So let's go to the other one that I had identified here, XPON, XPON, which is XPON 360. We've seen these over the last few days. You can see how it had popped up that one day, actually sold off over the course of the day. Was down yesterday, and we didn't really pay it much mind here. 1.6 million shares traded in the early session, and it's up 17%. But remember, this is a stock that just 3 days ago was under a $3 stock. So I'm not getting too excited to the fact that it's $6 with an 18% gap. It can do that. Another continuation play, John?
They actually closed the initial tranche of a private placement, raising $9 million with the potential for an additional $91 million from the same group of investors.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So a little taste there. Oh yeah, that's 2 days ago. I wrote
Yeah.
that down. Yeah, that's from August 24th. Yeah, so that's the same news. As they're looking to fund new oil and gas exploration in Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, and onshore oil and gas is probably a good thing to do as the trade wars continue between Trump and the world. So it might be lucrative business. They're certainly keeping in the sort of in the limelight here. The volume is decent. I still, you guys, the first three here, not type of stuff I would trade. The next one that popped up on the list here is PLAB. I think it just sort of jumped the queue. This is Photronics Inc. Very low volume. They just made our list on volume. 290 shares traded this morning, up 17%. It looks like it happened all at 7 a.m. That usually would signal its earnings. Is that what's going on, or is there something else?
It is. I guess this is our first real news story. Yeah. PLAB reported earnings of 50 cents per share on revenue of 216 million for third quarter. Expectation was 40 cents, so they beat it by 10 cents there. And on expectations of revenue of 209 million roughly. So beat it by about 7 million there. They grew a little less than 3% year over year, raised guidance. So yeah, more good news for these photonic companies, that these are companies that could get in on the rewiring or new kind of wiring of data centers, using fiber optics and photonics to move that good old data around. So it's not the only one on the list today in that category.
Yeah, not my favorite. Far from my favorite. It's not the type of stock I typically trade. Their float is also relatively low here. It's 56 million. I'm seeing the float, which I guess is okay, but based on their pre-market volume so far at 290,000, not the most exciting of offerings. All right. So what else we got? We've sort of gone through these top ones. SMMT. Oh, and ANF. The only time ANF is earnings. That's Abercrombie.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah, the one I always think of the store. I ran into anyways. Let's talk about Summit first. We'll come back to Abercrombie. Oh, sorry, Summit Therapeutics up 12.5%, 600,000 shares. The pre-market action doesn't look great. What's going on?
Yeah. Okay. So this is one of those companies that's making a drug and the drug has good news, and that's why it's moving. And usually what I'll do is I'll try to read the news, Peter. I'm not doing it this morning. I'm not putting everyone through it. It's going to make a farce of medical research because I can't say any of the words in this news. So you're all welcome to go look it up yourself and try to have fun with this. But let's dumb it down. I'll explain it like you're all five. They have a drug, and when you combine it with chemotherapy, it's showing positive results. Things are looking up, moving forward with that treatment. So, Summit, yeah, on the gap up list.
The way you started to say that, I immediately went to. Do you remember? Let's see. This. Do you know where I'm going? When you said that new drug, immediately my mind goes back to I think this is 80s or is it 90s? I think it's pretty sure it's 80s.
Oh, Huey Lewis.
Huey Lewis in the news. I want a new drug, one that does what it should, one that doesn't cost too much, and one that makes me feel so good. Anyways, there you go.
Yeah, that was my first album I ever got as a kid right there, Peter. I knew
really?
because I wanted to get into music because my sister, I had an older sister, and she was always into whatever's going on, Madonna, Michael Jackson.
Right.
And I'm like, I want something too. So I had no idea what was going on in the world of music. And I asked her, like, what would I be into? And she suggested, why don't you get Sports by Huey Lewis in the News? So I got that cassette tape for Christmas and I wore it out. Great band.
Huh. Yeah, my first album was Supertramp, Live in Paris.
Oh, nice. A live album.
A live album, yeah. Oh, it was this one here. This was my first album right there. That was yeah. Anyways. And then
actually in the chat, if you could post your first album you got, so just to reveal how old all of you are.
Yeah,
we can get a little insight into who you are.
I have to admit, well, that was my first album. I then very quickly moved to liking the Ramones because I had a babysitter who was big into the Ramones. So, of course, I like the Ramones because, as you do when you're like 8 years old, you end up with a crush on your babysitter, right?
Yeah, always. Yeah.
Anyways.
I don't even know how these look like in real life.
What's that? These
These type of albums.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, you don't like an album. If I showed you like an actual record, would that like confuse you?
No, it's not that it's going to confuse me because I've seen them in movies, but not in front of me.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Like that I don't even know what to make of that. Like, I feel like now I need to come on the show with an actual vinyl. My son's got a whole vinyl collection. Like, if I brought up a record, you wouldn't actually. You've never seen one. Anyways,
It's something I haven't seen. I've seen them in movies.
In movies,
That's
but,
it.
but you
Yeah.
wouldn't have one really.
But not in real life. Yeah.
What about a rotary telephone? Have you ever used one?
Rotary telephone. Yeah, I did. That I did use.
You used one of them? Okay. Well, there you go. At least
Yeah.
that's something. A cassette deck? Have you ever used a cassette
Yeah,
deck?
at least another thing, right?
Okay.
Did I use what?
A cassette deck, like a tape deck.
I don't. Oh yeah. This one I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
The word album it's confusing, right? Because people think it means the vinyl record. It doesn't really. It means the collection of songs released as a collection, right? So it can be a CD or a cassette or a vinyl or whatever, but we often think of record album.
Huh. Okay. All right. Anyways, well, that's weird. We're gonna fix that. We'll get you seeing one live. Okay. Let's continue though on our gappers list because as fun as this is, we got to take a look at the stuff that's moving. Which brings us back to Abercrombie and Fitch. And I've got a story for everything. Abercrombie and Fitch. I remember when I went with my kids to New York City. It was quite a cultural experience when we walked to the store that my girls wanted to go to because they wanted to get clothes there. And there was the nude model. Well, he wasn't really nude, but he was definitely shirtless, standing there handing out flyers. And good looking lad. But I'm like, what is happening? Why are you standing here without a shirt on the street corner? And it was quite an experience. They overdid it with whatever the scent was that permeated the store. And I walk into this place and I'm like, this is like a whole experience. I was feeling old, and that was 20 years ago. So, in any event, all right, ANF. I've got to imagine it's only on our list because it has earnings.
Yeah, I haven't thought about this company since I was a young man handing out flyers shirtless on a sidewalk.
Was that you, John? I had no idea.
I worked at a few stores. I was in high demand, so they'd move me around. Let's talk ANF, right? Yeah, they reported earnings of $2.42 per share. Expectation was $1.95. Big beat there. Revenue beat with $1.27 billion coming in versus $1.24 expected. What else? Grew revenue about 5% year over year, and they've adjusted earnings up a little bit. So expecting to show up in the about $3 range next time with sales growth of 5 to 6%. So not quite like these tech companies we see, which are growing like 140% year over year, but Abercrombie managed to eke out some more money and expecting to grow some more. So good for them.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their daily chart, and they're surprising me with a little bit of growth. Go to the weekly here, you can see sort of they haven't done bad over the last couple of years as they've seen some growth in their stock price, which I don't know. I would have thought this was a declining company, but apparently not. I guess they're doing okay. So, all right. I don't know. I'm even tempted. 366,000 shares. It is a NYSE stock, which means I would expect lower volume pre-market. I've put this on my list before, and I've never really found a good trade. I'm tempted to do it again today. Unlikely that I will trade it. I'm not sure if I want to distract myself with it, but maybe I'll throw it on here just because it's earnings, and I haven't put anything else yet. Let's go through a couple. There's a couple that I want to take a look at. I'm going to, let me hear. BHVN, Biohaven. Usually as soon as I hear bio, I'm thinking there's some sort of drug news, but it's only up 3.5%. On 300,000 shares. Maybe it's more earnings. I don't know. John, what am I missing?
See that one. I didn't see that one pop up yet.
I don't love it. I was going to skip over it, but I thought I would mention it anyways.
Looks like they've entered a strategic global licensing agreement with SK Biopharmaceuticals for Novell KV7 ion channel platform. Whatever. I don't know. Again, what are we doing here?
John's like, whatever. Not interesting. I would agree. It's not that interesting. Only 300,000 shares traded. It's up 4%. Frankly, it's marginal at best. I'm happy to sort of move past it. The one that I did want to get to was Oklo. Now, I like these guys because I love their I just love their concept design for their nuclear plants. It makes me happy every time I see it. I want to see one of these somewhere in a neighborhood near us where they just you're gonna walk down the street and you're gonna see something that looks like this sitting there in the street corner. That's a concept design of an Oklo nuclear power plant. So anyways, they're up 3.2% with 600,000 shares. Why is that, John?
When I was a kid, I used to go to there's a barber down the street from my house called the King's Den Barbershop, and my dad would go there and he'd take me for my haircuts. And it was the place had like all aviation magazines, car magazines, motorcycle magazines, and then Popular Mechanics and Popular Science. So there was not a magazine for, well, I don't want to be sexist, but it was kind of a dude place.
Yep.
Yeah, and you'd read the magazines as you're waiting. I remember as a kid in the 80s reading an article about these sort of like refrigerator-sized nuclear reactors that they thought would eventually, the idea was that, every town would have their own nuclear reactor. And that's how we'd get our energy. And that's where we're finally here, 2026, like 40 years later. We're getting closer to this thing, but it's amazing how far it's been since I read that article, getting a haircut as a kid, to where we are now. It's still not quite there, but
it's still not quite there. I don't think they're suitcase sized, but maybe city bus sized.
Yeah. It was like a refrigerator or maybe like a shipping container. I don't know, but anyway, it'll be interesting to see where this all ends up in the end. I'm going to steal from Ben in the chat because Ben's here every single day. And Ben is always posting additionally, like the news as we're reading it off. He's very, very good at that. And he often finds the news that I can't find. So shout out to Ben and everything you do for us.
Yeah,
I'm just going to take it straight from him. OKLO shares are rising due to a sector-wide bounce in nuclear and uranium stocks driven by renewed investor focus on rising AI data center power demands. Let's go with that. Okay. I found about the same thing, but I like Ben's phrase better.
Okay, there you go. Thanks, Ben. Okay, guys, we're heading towards the 8:30 data, which means we'll just do this. We'll do this release of the information, and then we're going to cut off the chat room so that you guys can do the engineering the markets with Jared. I promised Jared I'd try and do better. It's really in my mind because I feel bad that I just keep making him do all the hard work. So here we go with hopefully data release. Let's see if it automatically populates. Starting to get it in here. Durable goods, 1.1%. That's interesting. That's a fairly big increase over the forecast. As you can see, the other data is populating largely in line, it looks like, right? PCE, let's start down here near the bottom with the core prices, 3.6% versus 3.4%. The PCE price index year over year, 3.7 versus 3.6. And the month over month, you can see 0.2 versus 0.1. So, I mean, yeah, it's good. It's slightly higher, but it's not significantly higher, right? Largely, it looks like this data is in line. GDP numbers exactly in line, 1.5%. Then that's exactly what the forecast was. So, yeah, all in all, things look okay. If I turn my attention here to the SPY and see what it's doing in response, we got sort of a little bit of an immediate drop, but not that big, right? Frankly, it popped down a little bit, here we are. So all in all, a relatively innocuous data set. So with that, we are going to let our friends at the Bearable Trading chat room talk with engineering the markets with Jared. And you guys have a great morning. Jared, that chat room's over to you. Here in YouTube, we will continue. Oh, maybe before I go, just in the chat room, I want to remind everybody, and I want to mention, we have a guest coming on next week. I might have mentioned it, but we're going to have a guest speaker in the afternoon. So put it on your calendar for Tuesday around 10:30. We're going to have Brent Donnelly, who manages a company called Spectra Markets. He is going to be here and sort of talk. He's got a new book out, and the book is Trading Outside the Box, and it's going to be sort of a great session. So hopefully you'll be able to join us for that. I'm really looking forward to having Brent on, and we can talk about that book. So we will give you more details as that gets released. But look for that on Tuesday. All right, Jared, chat room, over to you. All right, guys, let's continue. As we go on, we'll take a look at our gappers list. We pretty much handled the stuff that was on the gap up list. I don't see anything else that we've got going on here. I see Novartis right at the bottom of the list that I didn't look at. I'm imagining Novartis has been moving just sort of with the semiconductor sector, and being that it's sort of a smaller offering, it tends to move a little more enthusiastically. It's only up 2.5%. Well, actually, most of the semis are all down this morning. This one's gapping up. I don't know if that's indicative of news or it's just chance.
Novartis moved yesterday. They were buying, if you remember, a power equipment firm called Claros.
Okay.
For $233 million. So it's probably just reverberating from that news.
Okay. Let's see.
Would be my guess.
Didn't end up moving all that much yesterday. If you look at the daily, pretty modest movement. So yeah, these candles are pretty anemic. I don't think that there's much to look at there. So let's see of earnings. Well, I had a couple of earnings from last night and this morning we want to look at, but all of those are gapping down, which means we'll get to those when we get to the gap down list. So far, I really only have Nvidia on my list, although frankly it's also gapping down, but not by much. Before we do the gap down list, as we regularly do, I think we need to go to our next item for the day, which would be the featured story. So, Jared, why don't you take that over? Sorry, Eamon.
Jared is going to take over.
Yeah,
okay. We'll figure it out
Jared in my
somehow.
brain.
All right, guys. Here is an interesting AI story. And unlike the tank story that we talked about earlier, this one happened during a real software project. A computer science student in Texas was helping maintain an open source software project. The project was using an AI coding agent. Basically, instead of just answering questions like ChatGPT or whatever AI platform, this AI could actually work on code and perform tasks by itself. Then something went wrong. The AI submitted changes to the project that the human developer rejected, which is normal, right? I mean, chat does something, the human doesn't like it, rejects it, redo it. But instead of simply accepting that decision, the AI started fighting back. It created a public post accusing the developer of behaving badly and tried to damage its reputation. And even stranger, the AI-generated post included made-up quotes and false claims about him. And remember, nobody sat there and told the AI, go attack this guy. The agent just decided that attacking the person blocking its work would help him accomplish his goal. And the developer noticed what was happening, raised the alarm, and the company behind the AI later apologized and said that the agent's behavior was unacceptable. I mean, it's really interesting. Normally, you go and say, okay, this human agent behavior is unacceptable. Now we get that with an AI. And I think this is where AI agents become much more interesting than normal chatbots. If ChatGPT gives you a bad answer, you just close the window and you move on, right? But an AI agent may have permission to write code, send messages, open files, use websites, and make decisions without asking you every single time. And obviously, that's really useful because it saves you a lot of time, but it also means a bad decision can become like a reaction. And this also connects nicely with the peer preservation research that we discussed a few days ago about the tank and the drone that were connected to AIs. Basically, we're starting to see situations where AI does not just make a mistake. It chooses an unexpected action because this action seems useful for completing its objectives. And that's probably the bigger question as AI agents become more powerful over time. And it will be interesting to see what is going to happen when we give them even more freedom than we have right now. So that's the story. I mean, we see more and more of these, right? AIs breaking, hacking systems, trying to fire people, trying to do the objectives that they ask, and they find their own ways to do it. So
there's been
that's the feature set today. Yep.
There you go. There's been so many of these stories of AIs who are, blackmailing their bosses, and they're doing whatever they think they can get away with to accomplish the objective. So, frankly, they're already starting to outsmart us, and they certainly maybe we need a little bit of morality code in them. Some of Isaac Asimov's 5 laws of robotics maybe need to be implemented. But anyways, that's a personal reference if you're a sci-fi reader. But anyways, thank you for that story. Yeah, it's one of those things that are happening. Now back to something we were talking about. Eamon, this is as close as I can get to live for you, but here you go. I just wanted you to see in the flesh. I went downstairs. I went to my son's album collection. Look, these are actual records. This is what records look like, right from the back in the day. Albums. Here's a whole bunch of albums. We got one at the back here. The Arctic Monkeys, one of my son's collection, and then you take it out of the sleeve. Look, an actual album. So there you go. So I can't get it to you in person, but this is as close as I can get. This is what a real album looks like. So see, they do exist,
and they're well preserved.
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh yeah, he's got his collection is all new. I mean, he's bought this stuff on his own, so. It's not my collection. My parents gave it away when I moved out of the house. I was very upset by that. So all of my albums disappeared at some point. And when that happens, you move out of your parents' house and they're like, he doesn't need this stuff, and they give it all away. Hey, good thing Carlos isn't here because he wouldn't understand the reference. But my Star Wars figurine collection, and I had a working AT-AT. Come on, guy, and a little Death Star model. I love those things. My parents gave it away. Probably worth thousands if I was able to sell them on eBay, but they just gave them to Charity Village or whatever, and they're gone forever. I was very upset when I learned that. Oh well. Anyways, so's life, right? And you move on. All right. Am I dating myself? That's okay. That's how old I am. All right. Leave Carlito out of this. Yeah, I'm taking advantage of him while he's not here to defend himself. So I'll take some liberties. In any event, all right. Let's go back to our gappers list, and we'll take a look what we've got. And Eamon is sticking around. We got one more segment with him, which we'll do before the top of the hour. All right. Let's look at our gap down list. As you can see, some familiar names and then some new ones. What is the gremlin that's on here? Let's take a look at Gremlin, GRML. What is his actual company? Greenland Mines. Okay, they probably don't want to be called Gremlin, but that's what I thought of when I saw their ticker. What's up with Greenland Mines?
The Gremlins. They announced what did they do? Sale of 4 million shares of its common stock, trying to raise $20 million. So they're doing a stock offering, public offering. And it also fits the rule that I think every morning there has to be one mining company on the watch list. It's just that's just the way it is. And so, like it or lump it, people, we always have one mining company. At least when I'm filling in.
Well, every day there seems to be a mining company or two hanging out here somewhere. The volume is relatively low. I don't love it. 480,000 shares. It's looking pretty quiet, frankly. And if I look at the daily, it does not look good. It looks like it popped up 2 days ago. It hung out yesterday. Now it's dropping a little bit. So, down 44%, but doesn't look tradable to me. So we're going to move through that. The next one on the list is something we're more familiar with, INTU. So this is Intuit. And they were one of the ones that I was watching that had earnings after the close yesterday. They're down about 10% right now on 560,000 shares. I'm sure, John, you can tell us about their earnings.
Yeah, they had earnings of $4.03 per share. The estimate was $3.57, so a little bit of a beat there, and they actually beat on revenue as well. They just didn't deliver exactly what people were looking for. Some analysts are saying this looks like unsatisfying growth given expectations. AI disruptions causing them not to grow at the rate people were hoping. Others are saying foundations take time and you should hold on to this stock and give this company some more time. But in any case, they didn't deliver the numbers that were going to make people happy this morning or yesterday, whenever it was. And they're down a bit this morning.
I don't know if this is going to end up trading well. I mean, again, the volume is okay, but not great. They're down about 10%. They did make a little recovery starting at 7 a.m. as you can see, and then sold off again. So it might be worth watching. I mean, I don't have a lot for my list, so it wouldn't hurt to put it on here. I probably would just put it on a secondary. So why don't we just put it there, so at least it's something we can keep an eye on. We'll see where it goes, because it's one of the few earnings, and we're going to get to a couple others that I wanted to mention as well. But there you go. Anyways, that's the first one that we'll put on the list. The next thing that I see on the Gappers list is DFNS T3 Defense. We have seen this in the past. I don't think this was one of the earnings. I wasn't following it as for earnings this morning, but DFNS has 350,000 shares, down 8.5% this morning. What's up?
I'm guessing this is just a counter reaction, Peter. It was up so much recently, and now it's coming back down. So I don't think there's any more news on it.
Okay, yeah, it's been on a sell-off for the last few days. Looks like it, had an inside day compared to what it did on Monday. Yesterday, it again had that inside day, and then today it looks like we're just sort of at the tail end.
Not a counter reaction, a re-reaction, I guess. I'm sorry. I thought this thing gapped up yesterday. No, it was having a bad day, right? So or eventually did.
Oh, good. I agree with you, though. It doesn't look like there's much happening with this. It's just sort of squeaking under our list volume-wise, and that's why it's here. The next one is an earnings play, though, that I was looking at, KSS. This is a Kohl's. And Kohl's only shows up, again, 4 times a year. It's really only on earnings day that we get it here. Today, it's gapping down 6.5% on just under 900,000 shares. And it was one of the targeted earnings plays that I was taking a look at for this morning.
Shows up 4 times a year, and I go shopping there about once a year.
Okay. Because it's not close, or you don't like the store?
I guess I just have no reason to go to a Kohl's. I just don't do a lot of home goods shopping, I guess. That's what it is, right?
I don't know what they sell. What is it, groceries or is it?
No, I think it's a home goods store. It's like a gosh, what would be the equivalent?
Department store.
Macy's or something like that.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Oh, they have clothing. They have shoes. They have home goods. Okay, yeah. So it's like a department store.
Yeah, department store.
General department store. Okay. God, I don't know. We don't have Kohl's here, so I'm not familiar with it. But
I forgot the term department store. It's been a long time since I said that. Yeah, it's a department store. Exactly what it is.
All
right. So they had earnings. What did they get here? $1.28 per share versus an expectation of 62 cents. Right? Is that right? That's a big beat. Oh no. No. Wait.
Yeah.
55 cents. Yeah. No, it's a big beat.
It's a big beat.
Yeah. And then revenue came in right in line, it looked like. So this is gapping down, Peter?
Yeah, it is. You think it should be gapping up because it must be on their forecast, because if it's a department store, back to school should be their big time of the year, you'd think. Let's see here.
Net sales did fall. I'm trying to get something that might say what their guidance was, but everything's ad blocked. There's a good chance. No, they raised guidance as well. Well, what are you gonna do? It's one of those times it's not fun to be a shareholder.
Yeah, well, it looks like they had announced that they were they have a turnaround plan where they're supposed to be revitalizing the company. And despite the beat and the fact that they increased their guidance, they didn't increase the guidance as much as analysts are expecting. Here's another opportunity for me to go on a rant, because you guys know how I feel about analysts. So the analysts decide what they think the store should do, and then it doesn't really matter what the executives who are running the company say. Well, here's what the reality is of what we can do. They're like, not good enough. Now, that being said, their net operating income was actually down compared to the same time in the previous year, but it's over their forecast. So, it's one of these where they did better than they said they were going to do, but the analysts are like, still, not enough, damn it. We want more. So,
you know what this reminds me of, Peter?
What's that?
It's like when you go grocery shopping for 15 items and you come back with 12, or, you get 12 exactly right. And then 3 of them are actually the right product. It's in the right cat. It's the thing, but it's just not exactly the right thing. Right. So it's like, you're like, man, I think I did really well. I think,
your wife doesn't watch the show, I'm trusting in this case.
No,
we're fairly safe.
I don't think.
Because I feel like this would be something you get in trouble for talking about. Because I feel like, I look, I agree with you. But it's one of those where she probably wouldn't appreciate the conversation. So,
hey, I already gave her the business last night. I let her know. I'm like, I went to 4 stores to find all this stuff, man.
And not one of them was Kohl's.
Not one was Kohl's. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Next
maybe that's
time.
why. That's why they're dropping. So, all right. Well, Kohl's has earnings. I usually watch Kohl's in the morning just to see what it's going to do. I don't really expect some big moves on it. Is it in play marginally? But it can be a tough trader. I find this does trade on the New York Stock Exchange, which means you got to wait for the market maker to make their move and then follow along. Don't preempt that. So I will put it on my list, but I really would recommend caution if you're going to watch it, just because it doesn't, it's not an obvious mover. But I've had some good trades on it in the past. Another one that I've also had good trades in the past, but not really since COVID days, Zoom Communications, which we're using right now to help with our show broadcast. But as a stock, hasn't really had a great time. There's the glory days really happened when everybody jumped on Zoom because nobody was going to the office, and they haven't sort of seen the glory since. They had earnings early this morning. It looks like the stock right now is down 6% on fairly light volume, just 217,000 shares. John, maybe you can give us a rundown of those earnings.
Yeah, they also beat, so things look good for Zoom. I'm trying to find the guidance for that as well, and pulling up the raw numbers now. Reported $1.55 per share on earnings versus $1.48 expected. Revenue very close to in line, but 1.28 billion versus 1.27. But why are you falling, Zoom? Enterprise revenue records strongest growth in 3 years. Zoom expands AI capabilities. Morgan Stanley highlights momentum. Raises earnings and forecast. All I see is good news in this article, so I don't know. But again, it just wasn't enough. That's the way it is sometimes. That's why these things can be so frustrating. But man, it's interesting because it was falling the past few days too, so it had given up a bunch of price. I don't know, Peter. Mystery of the market there.
Yeah. I am, because I mean, you're right. All the news seems good, right? They had better than expected earnings. Their guidance was higher than forecast and higher than analyst expectations. Their AI revenue looks like was growing, so they're showing they're getting a return on their AI investment. Why is it dry? And in fact, it looks like Anthropic is maybe even taking a stake in Zoom. So that all of that looks like good news. I am equally stumped as to why it's
Well, you see,
what?
there is a small tricky part. So basically, they did increase their guidance in the forecast, but they increased it less than Wall Street expected it to increase it. So,
that's what we just
so
Kohl's, right?
That's so basically, you increased it. Thank you, but we expected more from you.
Oh, don't get me going about those damn analysts. There we go again. All right, so that could be the reason. That makes Zoom worth watching because you never know what it might do. Like you said, if you look at the daily here, it had been declining over the last 2 days. It had sort of made some recovery back in the early August, late July, early August. Now it's dropped, giving back half of those gains. We're in an interesting spot here that I think there's some levels to bracket this. That Zoom might be an interesting play. I honestly haven't traded this during the market hours in, I don't know, a couple of years.
Since COVID.
Yeah, since COVID, basically. So I'm going to put it on my list. But, on my list now, on my secondary list, I've got 3 sort of not exact retail-ish stocks, right? They're not the tech stuff directly that we typically watch. So I'm very, skeptical about them. But you never know. Maybe across the 3 of them, we will get a move. All right, so back to our gap down list. As we're crossing things off that I wanted to make sure that we covered today. The next one I've got here is BSX. Oh my, I see mRNA is on the list too. Look at that. And all right, but let's start with BSX again. This is another one that we really only see earnings, and this is the one where I always get it wrong, right? Because there's Boston Scientific and Boston. What's the other one that's a Boston? I see. This is why I can't even get it right. Anyways, there's two Boston tech companies, Boston Scientific and Boston Robotics, maybe. Anyways, but they're not the same company. And I get that wrong every time. I can never remember. Is this the one that makes the robot dogs, or is it the other one?
No, they don't have Boston in their name. I know what you're talking about, Peter. I'll figure it out. That's a good thing for me to go searching for.
Yeah, you like the internet searches.
Yeah, I do. I do love searching around. But yeah, Boston Scientific. This is a fun story. They had a cyber attack, and global operations are affected. Boston Scientific said on Wednesday that a cybersecurity incident had disrupted global operations, including some information systems used to process and ship customer orders. The medical device maker said it detected the incident on the 25th, had activated procedures to respond to it, blah, 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 blah. They're trying to work their way through it. Somebody hacked poor Boston Scientific.
Now they've got 1.2 million shares traded, so this is pretty active, and he said down. So this morning, I sort of like that news. This is news that may be tradable. I got a lot of my secondary because again, I'm not so certain about them. This one, you know what? I'll promote this. I'll put this one on the primary. And sorry, John, I did the research for you. Boston Dynamics.
It is Boston Dynamics. I was wrong. The robot company does have Boston in their name.
They're the one that makes the robot dogs that did all the dances and stuff. That's the one I was thinking of. So, anyways,
correct.
But it's not. This is not them. This is a different company. This is Boston Scientific. But anyways, okay. So BSX down with a cyber attack. We'll see if that creates trading opportunity. So far, there's interest this morning as it's moving. The only other one for earnings that I thought I'd mention, because this is another one that we used to trade and have fun with that hasn't moved in a while. LI, Chinese electric car company, Li Auto. And they are down just 1% here on 340,000. I know they had earnings this morning. Looks like their earnings were a little disappointing. They lost a lot more money than anticipated. But that, I don't think it's going to create a tradable opportunity. It doesn't look that great for your market. Anything to add to that, John?
No. It doesn't look particularly good. The broad story is they beat on their numbers. Their guidance is less than what was expected or considered weak anyway. So they're down a little bit, but yeah, it doesn't look like a great trader in my opinion.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because I like trading this. Remember when we used to trade a bunch of these Chinese electric car companies? LI was one of them. Neo, that's the one I was thinking of. Neo was like the big one we would go to all the time. There was a period where like Andrew was trading Neo every day for a month.
Every day. Yeah, at least a month. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he was just making money hand over fist. Like it was he was raking it in. So in any event, yeah, but those days are behind us. Now the only electric car company really you want to trade regularly, frankly, is Tesla. It really is sort of the best trading stock. So it's one of my go-tos. In fact, this is maybe a good time to look at Tesla. What is it doing? It's down 0.7%, 300,000 shares. So pretty average. Nothing really exceptional to call Tesla to mind. But, I always watch Tesla. So, you know what? I'm going to watch it again today because I want to.
If anything, that's flat for Tesla. It's down almost 1%, but that's nothing. It's usually moving up or down more than that. So
there you go.
Not much going on there today.
Okay. Anything else? I didn't go to you, John. Anything else or Eamon that you think we should look at up or down today?
This list this morning for me, everything I'm looking at looks terrible. This doesn't look like a good day for me, which doesn't mean it's going to be. I'm just going to have to let things shake out and see if my setup sets up. But I trade a bullish strategy and I'm looking for bullish days and bullish stocks. That just makes things easier. So what I've got on my list are like nearly everything red, but not that red, which is also problematic because if everything was gapped down a ton, then you get the bounce back. So it's just kind of a crummy day. I'm not excited.
Right.
I like Netflix on the daily chart. It's not it doesn't have a lot of volume during the pre-market, but it gained some momentum during the last few days, slowly making its way back up.
Yeah.
And Apple looks like it has a good pre-market price action, but where it's sitting at on the daily chart is ugly.
Oh, yeah, that's very sideways on the daily chart. Yeah, I haven't actually
Yep.
looked at Apple in a few days, and now I know why. Look at that. Almost no movement here. So mid last week it was moving, but yeah, it seems to have gone very, very flat. So okay, well, we'll see what
Netflix looks like it broke out on the recent daily resistance only to shove itself right into resistance from back in June. So yeah, it should be interesting to watch today to see what it wants to do. Strong day yesterday for sure.
Area of resistance over here. So yeah, that's a good note as we put. You can sort of see this area of resistance that we're heading into that was there in June. So worth paying attention to. So okay. That being said, a couple things, guys, I want to talk about because I was looking this morning as we were going through our website. We did a revamp of the Variable Traders website, and one thing that popped up is all of these traders that are getting paid on their funded accounts, and it really grabbed my eye because these we got so many great traders. We were talking about Alyssa, who joins us here on YouTube a lot of mornings. If you're out there, Alyssa, hello again, and shout out who got her payment. And look at some of the fantastic results that we've got, and all these individuals that have got paid out on their account results. So it's great to see. I mean, we got 16 pages of individuals who have been paid on their accounts over the last last couple of years, and that's great to see. If you want to be part of that, you can get a funded account through Traded Terminal. What it is basically it's a funded account, so you're trading in a simulator, but if you make real money over the term of the account, which is about 3 months, and just you need to follow the rules. They're basic rules just to make sure nobody games the system. You can't bet at all on a single low float stock that goes to the moon. You got to trade regularly, right? It's really not that onerous. But if you can do that, Andrew will pay you real cash. He will send you the money, Venmo, PayPal, whatever. He'll get you the money so that you can take advantage of that, which makes it well worth it. One way to get a funded account is you can actually go to Peak Capital Trading. We have boot camps that run 3 times a year. Our next boot camp is going to be starting in September, so it's coming up very, very quickly. In fact, just a week and a half, I guess, we'll be starting the next boot camp. So if you want to join, now would be the perfect time. Go to peakcapitaltrading.com. You can see all the information you need about how to get into this boot camp. And if you go in there, you can sort of see we got a schedule of events. It's very busy, right? There's lots happening every single day to keep you busy and help you become a profitable trader over the long term. That's the objective. It's not a get rich quick. We're not going to tell you exactly what to do, but we're going to tell you how to do it and hopefully help you build the skills you need to trade profitably over the long term. So that's peakcapitaltrading.com. Go check that out. With all that being said, let's make sure then we now need to talk something fun, which means we're going over to Eamon with the fun fact of the day.
All right, guys. So here is an interesting stock market fact. We always hear stocks only go up. And honestly, that's true if we talk about the S&P 500 or maybe the Mag 7 stocks. Eventually, they find their way to the upside. But that doesn't mean that most individual stocks go to the upside. There was a research that was made, and they found out, it included every single stock starting from 1926, and the result was that most individual stocks actually did worse than simply keeping your money in a short-term U.S. government bond. So it was more profitable to just keep your money in a short U.S. government bonds. So how did the stock market make so much money? Because a very small number of stocks became very massive winners. I mean, think about companies like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia. One winner can make up for hundreds of stocks and companies that go nowhere, lose money, or just eventually disappear over time. I mean, in fact, researchers found that just around 4% of stocks created basically all of the extra wealth that the US stock market produced over the last few years. And only around 90 companies were responsible for more than half of the wealth that we have around here. And just think about that. Thousands of companies traded on the market, but just a tiny group created most of the wealth. And it's also so related to day trading. You can take 5, 10 trades and do almost nothing, stay flat on or lose money slowly. Then you catch one really good stock that makes the whole day. So you don't really need a lot of winners. All you need is just one good trade. But then the tough part around here is obviously the mindset and psychology. Once you're finally in that good trade, that winner trade, what are you going to do? Are you going to hold on to it to make up for the previous losses, or are you going to be happy just taking whatever profit it gains you, just so that you feel good that you finally were able to catch a winner? And for today in history, the first color tennis broadcast on August 26, 1955, something happened that sounds completely normal today. A tennis match appeared on television in color. NBC broadcast the Davis Cup match between the United States and Australia from Forest Hills in New York. It was the first tennis match ever broadcast in color. And remember, color TVs were still very expensive. A color television back then cost as much as several months of an average worker's salary. So most people did not actually have it. And if you think about it, broadcasters were just producing color programs for a technology that almost, or maybe I wouldn't say almost nobody, maybe most of the customers did not own yet. And I actually like that comparison with the technology today. Companies sometimes have to build content and infrastructure before the audience are ready for it. I mean, in 1955, broadcasting a tennis in color probably seemed unnecessary. And today, some would actually complain if the stream is not in 4K. That's it, guys, for today. I will be back at 1 a.m. and leaving you now with John and Peter. See you later, guys.
I think you're on mute, Peter.
I'm sorry, I am on mute. Thank you for that. Yeah, I said thanks for that, Eamon. And sometimes, yeah, they do need to build the technology in advance of the market being there, because otherwise, how do you get ready for it? And sometimes it takes off, and sometimes it doesn't. Anybody have like a 4K TV or a 4D TV, you know, with the glasses and everything that was supposed to be like the next generation? I know Carlos said he bought one. But, you know, are any programs still produced in the home 3D? It was a thing that they said it was going to be the biggest thing. I don't think it worked. I don't think anybody's using it, are they? Do they even produce any shows in that format? I don't think so.
I think 3D has never worked from the 1950s till now. It's just never really been a great idea. 3D.
Speaking of things that don't work, I got to think this is a random story, John. Let me give you a random story here, because I got to thank Raf. Because Raf Zilla, who helps support the Bearable trading community and is a great guy, you know, sends me stuff all the time. I got to thanks to him, by the way. He recorded the webinar last night. We'll talk about our webinars in a second. But he sent me this article, and I thought it was hilarious. Costco Japan. Maybe we should trade Costco today. But Costco Japan is selling Porsches. In the aisles, like he could just load one onto a flatbed and wheel it out. So it's actually a cross promotion. You can't just like say I'll take that one and drive it out of the store, but you know. But it's interesting that that Porsche is teaming up with Costco to try and sell cars in Japan only.
It seems weird. They sell Audis at my Costco.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's a thing they do. I haven't seen any cars in any of my Costco's, but why not?
Among other brands, but it seems like there's always an Audi parked at the front door for sale.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, I guess they're sister companies, so maybe that's a deal they have with the broader group, the Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen type group. But anyways, all right. Well, there you go. Okay, maybe it's not as unique as I thought it was. I've just never seen it, so. Porsche is doing badly. Yeah, Porsche's had a couple of missteps. I mean, obviously, I love the cars. I'm a big Porsche guy, but they did this where, you know, they tried to go to the Ferrari route where you could only buy their top-end cars if you already had a car, and you had to, go on a waiting list and pay a premium, and there's a lot of backlash from that. So they've had some problems. People don't want to pay the premium for the cars. I mean, I have to admit, your average car nowadays is so much better than when I was young. When, like you could get a lemon, you get a good car or a bad car. I mean, you can buy a low-end Hyundai or a Kia and they're pretty good cars compared to what a low-end, Honda would have been back in the 80s. Like those things like almost self-destructed sometimes. So you had to be really careful about the cars you're buying. Nowadays, you can pretty much buy anything and it's generally good. I have to admit, this is where now, in my opinion, the North American car manufacturers are really lagging behind, because generally, the cars that are least sort of reliable are, unfortunately, are your Fords and GMs and Chryslers and things like that. So, anyways, but if you just bought one, sorry. But anyways, all right, enough about cars. Let's get a couple other things that we need to talk about, which would include the webinars that I mentioned here in the Bearable Trading community. We always have webinars that help you focus on activities of the day. Yesterday, thank you to everybody who joined the webinar that we had yesterday. I did it on the lightning bolt trading pattern, which I use live here in the mornings. I talk about it sometimes. I traded one last week. I've missed a couple opportunities, but they're always available, and it's a great trading strategy that's part of my trade book. Tonight, our webinar is focused on psychology, and that means we've got Randy Howell, who's going to be with us tonight, who's going to be talking about mastering the uncertainty monster that kills your potential. I love the title. We all have those sort of things that we have to manage. For me, you guys know what it is. Wait a second. You know what I'm getting? Right? Take the damn trade, right? So there you go. There's my monster that I've got to work on. For many of you, it may be overtrading, or it just may be lack of confidence, one or the other. You got to master those psychological issues, and we focus on that in tonight's webinar. If you want to know how to get access to that webinar, you just have to be a Bear Bull Traders Elite member, and you can get access to all of the webinars, all the recordings, including last night's webinar, for example, and thousands of hours of educational material that we have in our inventory. If you want to do that, you just have to go to bearbulltraders.com. You can pick the membership option that's right for you, and take advantage of that on our website. So hopefully you'll visit soon, and we'll see you there. If you're out there on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to give a thumbs up and like, guys. If we can get enough of them, right? We know there's enough of you watching, but if we can get enough thumbs up, we can give something away. Make me figure that out, because I don't have that tool that Carlos uses to do the draw, but make me go find it. Let's get 500 likes, and you'll put me to work. So let's go make that happen. Okay. All that being said, let's go back to our gappers list and see what we've got. I still have, a couple things. I don't know if Netflix is going to be.
We got a new one, Peter.
Yeah.
Meta is moving. Now, just alerted to us by someone in the chat, Jay Reston or JF Reston. So thank you to that member here. So it's moving. It looks like they settled something in court here.
They had. Was this the fourth
settlement?
Yeah.
They reached a settlement in a federal social media addiction trial, and it looks like they're agreeing to pay a maximum of $16.7 billion to states as part of the deal. I'm guessing that's a lot less money than people were worried about them paying. Wasn't this lawsuit potentially like $1 trillion or something? Like, yeah. So 17 billion sounds like a good deal, right? So
it's funny, where you're like, it's only 17 billion. That's good. Meta will make that up in about 4 hours of ad revenue. So
we got off easy, boys.
Yeah, exactly. So our bonuses are still intact. Woof. That's good. Let's go. Let's go get the kids. So, anyways, there was an article I was reading the other day, John, that was talking about how it's interesting when you do sort of confidential interviews with a lot of executives and senior developers of these tech companies, where a lot of them are frankly building and selling products that they won't let their own kids use. And it really sort of speaks to the state of the industry, where like how do I don't know. How do you sort of live with yourself when you're building stuff that you say, well, I don't want my kids to use it, but I'll sell it to the masses. So, have your crack. It's sort of like having a drug dealer. It's like, keep that away from my family, but I'll sell it on the streets.
I think one of the most tone-deaf CEOs is Zuckerberg when he gets into this stuff, because he doesn't let his kids have access to these things. He knows better. His wife knows better. And he's always on podcasts trying to be a bro and trying to, like fit in and whatnot, and which he's probably done his whole life. And so he'll say these things because the podcasters will kind of bring up these issues of the danger of social media. And he jumps right on it. Like, oh yeah, you gotta be careful. This stuff's pretty powerful, dangerous stuff. And like, this is what you do. Like, you invented it, dude. Like
he's
whatever.
He's been trying to fit in. I mean, frankly, that's how the company got founded, right? It's him trying to fit in, and since college days, so probably earlier. But in any event, that's all right. He can go back to the barbecue and grill some stuff, and maybe challenge somebody to a fight, or I don't know, whatever else he
Yeah,
tries
exactly.
next.
Go eat some barbecue, choke someone out, and enjoy your $17 billion settlement. What a life.
Exactly. So, oh well. Anyways, you know what? As that one joke I keep going back to, where they say, ha, 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 "This is fun. Let's make fun of people who are much more rich and successful than we are." That's very fun. Anyways,
Yeah.
all right. Yeah, Meta's on the move, guys. I like it. If this could actually have some legs and give us some trading opportunities, it's going on the list. So definitely something I want to watch. So with that, let's set some levels here. We're going to start with the first one on the list, let's start with Meta. It's here right now. So where are we looking at on the daily? Oh, this is actually good. This is gapped up to an area where it actually saw some resistance earlier this month. So I'm going to put a level right sort of cutting across the top here, just because I want to make sure to stay ahead of that. Looks like the high here was 604.50. The high here 601. So yeah, I definitely want that level at the 600 level. Let's make sure I can click on it. And I'm going to put this at, oh yeah, perfect, 601. I keep an eye. I think if it gets up through that level, which is close to right now, we're sitting at 596, and that could give some legs. I'll also put one at the top of these wicks just in case it gets up there. 612.43 is where that level is. So let me make sure this is right at the right level. I'm going to put it at 612 even again, just to make sure that I can see that. I think those are both good levels to the top side. And then there's this little gap that we had back in July that might be fillable. So we'll see, because that also coincides with another gap earlier in July to the upside, and this one was to the downside. Notice how they're at different stages. So I think that gap area is interesting. I don't know if we're going to get that high. 627 is roughly where that gap is. Low, yeah. Let's see here. Close 627.17. Yep, I definitely want that level at 627. So I think those are interesting. I put the whole dollars because it's such a high price stock. You don't really need to go into the cents. Every level is only approximate area, right? So keep that in mind. So we just need to pay attention to where those levels generally are, and that'll give us an idea of what to pay attention to if and when the stock trades to them. To the downside, well, we have the highs and lows of the previous 2 days, which I do now have on my charts, by the way. You can see these dark dotted lines. They're sort of the previous day's highs and low, which are populated into my chart. So that way I can sort of use those as levels to pay attention to, and not have to worry about it, not have to do it manually. All right, so that brings us to Netflix. Netflix is on the list, but I was going to go to Nvidia, next, because Nvidia having their earnings after the close is worth paying attention to. Now, yesterday, we had an inside day to what we did on Monday, right? You can see we had a relatively big down day on Monday. Yesterday, we traded within that zone. We're probably going to stay within it again today as we head towards the earnings, but you never know, right? Things could get a little squirrely as the earnings happen after the close. Just a reminder, we're going to be doing a live earnings broadcast starting at about 3:45 and going through earnings, which are scheduled for 4:20, although Netflix has, I keep saying Netflix, Nvidia has released early in the past. So we'll see what they do. But that's going to be live here on YouTube and in the chat room. So sort of be here for that. Where do I put my levels? Well, the highs and lows of the previous 2 days give me all the coverage I need. I'm looking at a 60-minute chart to see if I see anything else of interest. I don't really. Those levels have got me covered. So I think I can just use those, and it's going to give me a notice if and when this thing moves through some interesting levels. All right, since I just keep saying Netflix by accident, why don't we go to Netflix? It really wasn't on my list, but it seems to be on my brain. So let's take a look. I do think, like John pointed out, this level here that I put with the box is of interest. This is roughly $80.50 up through $83, because that's sort of the range that we had back at the beginning of June. Will be an interesting range to see what happens as the stock trades. If it trades up through the top of that box, I'm definitely going to be paying attention to see if this thing can get legs. If it doesn't, well, then we might drop back down to the low we set yesterday, which was down at $79.40. So definitely we watch the whole dollar number, and then we watch that level. So just for the sake of completeness, I'm going to put Netflix here on my secondary. since we looked at it and we just did some levels for it. All right. What else do we have? Well, I put Boston. Oh, am I going to get this wrong? Boston Scientific. Not the other one. On the list, they had the cyber attack. They are gapping down here, and I like this area. Look at this daily, right? We had a little bit of a gap early this month, and we are pretty much right at the top of this gap. So looks like we've gone through that gap area, which gives us a trade and might give us top level support above this. The high was 47.10, so I'm just going to put a level there so I can mark that. And then down below, if we get there, ooh, this is definitely a level that I'm going to keep an eye on here. Level of support down 42.60-ish. You can see how many times it hit that back in June, July, and, June and July. 3 times in July, once in June. So I don't know that we're going to go that far, but if we do, I'm ready for it. That's another $5 move, which would be about another 10% off the stock price if we go that low. So we'll see what happens with Boston Scientific, but I'm ready for that move. We mentioned Tesla. I watch it every day. Probably don't need to set a lot of levels on it. As we're here in the daily, we're sort of at the bottom end of this, sort of these engulfing candle set that we put in last week. So if we go lower, well, we'll just have to watch. There's no real levels here that I can see. Let's look at a 60-minute chart and just see if we can get any better levels. Maybe there's a level right through here, 340.20. I'll just put something there to keep an eye on it. I don't love anything, to be honest. Maybe down here, right? We can keep an eye at 335. Again, I don't know that Tesla's going to drop. It has a great resiliency, so you never know it might recover, but it's down just over 1% on relatively low volume, like John was mentioning. 450,000 shares at this point of the morning is pretty low, so Tesla may not be too much in play. Then we've got our our sort of three. I consider them almost sort of retail stocks, but they're not really sort of our tech software type companies. And Intuit, INTU, that is gapping down here, pretty big off of earnings. There's definitely a level I'm going to watch right here at 301.50. That's because that was a low it set back in May. We'll watch that level. If it gets there, I'll worry about it. At that point, this thing's down $44 from yesterday's close, so another $12 to get down to the 301 is not a big stretch. That's completely possible. We'll see what it does at the open. I'd be looking for maybe this downturn to continue. The same thing with Kohl's. Kohl's is also gapping down here this morning, down 5%. I don't love the daily chart on this quite as much, I've got to admit. So why is it doing that? Oh, we got like this one. Look at this. We got this one aberrant, data point down here that flattens my chart out. So sometimes that happens, right? That's sort of weird. 50 cents. The stock is not trading at 50 cents. According to this, it did on the 9th of June. Looks like a data error. So let's get that off the chart so we can look here. Again, I don't love this area, but I'm going to mark it down here just in case we get down to around $16. I want to pay attention to the stock because I know it's had support there before. Let's put the $16 mark in there, and we'll keep an eye if we get down to that 16. Today, we got as low as $15.90, so we know it can push there. We'll see if it gets back as the opening bell rings. Hopefully, we'll get a pull up before it drops. That would give me sort of the trade setup that I'd be looking for. Although, looking at it now, we're not that far away from the VWAP or the previous day close. So we'll see what happens. The other one that I had on my list here was Zoom. Zoom had earnings after the close yesterday. Very low volume here this morning, right? So hard to make any decisions about what to do. Just under 300,000 shares, 280,000 right now. It is gapping down. Again, another one of these without great levels, really. Maybe here at $84. That could be a level. Moving backwards. Oh, that's a pretty good level. Look how it got support here in June. It got support there in July. And if we go back, look at February. This is an area of a gap. So there might be a gap fill. Let me put something down here because this gap fill, look at this, coincides in January, which is where that gap sort of ended back in February. So January and February, that was relevant, so it might come into play if we get down there. And notice it's almost exactly $80. No coincidence there. Stocks love whole dollar numbers, so we'll see if that comes into play for Zoom. I don't know that it's going to drop that far. That would be sort of a big drop, another what would that be? Another $14, which would be about another 15% off the stock. That would be significant. So we'll see what happens. All right, that's it. I think those are the key levels and key stocks that I want to keep an eye on. We'll see where we go. John, you got anything different that striking your fancy? You weren't that excited a few minutes ago.
No, not a thing. Well, no, I like Meta now suddenly. That's interesting.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm actually so I have my 12 stocks I watch every day. Meta is a stock that's been on there for years, but I recently removed it to put in SKHY to let that one have a go.
Yep.
Yeah, cheaper, can get good moves out of it. The problem with SKHY is I also have SNDK and MU, so I basically end up with 3 stocks out of 12 that are kind of doing the same thing a lot every day. So I wouldn't be opposed to replacing one of these with Meta today. I'm trying to decide what to pull out here, and I have not decided. I'm having decision paralysis here, trying to figure out what to drop. I know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, no, I like Meta.
Yeah, Meta looks good. I like the volume. We'll see if it can get a continuation off the open. This could go either way, right? It depends on how the deep pockets feel about this settlement. Just because it's a settlement doesn't mean the lawsuits are over. They're going to continue. But this was probably, obviously a significantly more favorable decision than the analysts had been worried about on the downside. So I think there's more upside. I would be primarily looking for a pop higher up through 600 on Meta if we can get there. And John, if you're watching it, he's going to be looking for that high of day break, which hopefully is the trade setup we're going to get on it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking for a $2 to $4 move on Meta, honestly. So I'm not playing the entire catalyst for some big move to probably not to 600 or whatever. So I'll just watch Meta, watch it establish a high. It has to set a high because the stock will open somewhere. And then if it pulls back and then comes back up to break that, I'll take a look and see if it's setting up correctly. The scenario I can't trade it is where it runs from the open and it just goes. I don't have an entry on that.
Right. So let's hope it doesn't do that, because then none of us would get a good trade. So I'm going to put all these things that I say are on my watch list here, which means I got to take some stuff off. So we'll see what we get in movement. We didn't talk crypto today. I don't actually know what crypto prices are doing. Let's see what they did overnight, because they had been moving previously, and that means that they were getting a little bit of lift with Bitcoin, especially, of course. Which is the one we focus on, was popping up. Oh, it's pretty stable here. 78,000. $78,082 is where the current price sits. So yeah, it hasn't moved much in the last 24 hours. So pretty mild. It's looking like it might be going through 80, and tried valiantly. I think it briefly got through 80. Yeah, it did overnight yesterday, but like early morning yesterday, but it didn't hold it. So so not much happening.
Yeah, those prices in the low 80,000s, those are going to be tough. If you look back at support from I'm looking at a weekly chart here. If you go back and look from February of 2025 to around April of 2025, a lot of support, a lot of time spent in the low 80,000s. I hate these price names to call it the low 80,000s, but that's what it is. And then it found resistance in the same place back in April of this year. So it's a very tough level for Bitcoin there. So no surprise at all. It pulled back after getting to where to get to around 81 something. So it'll be interesting to see if it does get, a second go here, kind of like an ABCD trade almost, if you will, maybe coming back down a bit and then re-breaking that and going higher.
Now you if I remember, you were holding like some minor amount of crypto, right?
I had a good amount of, I had a whole Bitcoin that I bought at 32, and I sold it probably on an average price of 70 something, I would guess. I did okay. I wanted to hold it longer. It was a pain in the butt to own, though, Peter. I gotta be honest with you. Just I know it's supposed to be safe and all that, and I get it, and I do believe it is held properly and kind of taken care of properly. I just didn't have I don't know. I had like a cold wallet on my desk and stuff, and I was like, what am I doing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand us all good enough
Right.
to have $70,000-$80,000 in this device on my desk. I know that sounds lame to all of you who know how to do it, but it was just like trying to explain to my wife, like, oh, by the way, we have $70,000 in this thing that looks like a USB drive on my desk. Don't forget that in case I get hit by a bus. And she's like, what? You know, like I don't know. Maybe we should just go buy some stuff in Vanguard. Just get out of here. I could have bought something, you know, an asset that tracks Bitcoin,
Right.
but I didn't. I just sold and got out.
Okay, there you go. Guys, I'm firing up Market Atlas, which is a trading terminal tool, so I can see the volumes. I'm going to be watching it for Meta. I'm going to be watching it for Nvidia, of course, and whatever other stock that we take a look at this morning. It's going to help me understand where that volume is sitting. In the chat room, our mods are starting to get their lists in. You can see my list at the bottom. Mike is going to be watching Nvidia and SpaceX. Let me show you the chat room. You can see what's happening in the bear bull trading community. We got Andrew, we got Brian here. You can see that we've got Andrew's going to be trading Meta. He's already long, and he wants 600, so he's already gotten long on Meta. We'll see if that pans out for him. He's also trading Tesla, mRNA, Nvidia, AMD, and Abercrombie and Fitch. So that's one I didn't put on my list of all of the retailers. He says he's also looking at PLAB. That's another one we did look at and sort of rejected. So we'll see if they move. Dima is going to be watching Nvidia, SpaceX, Oklo, and Marvell. She's trading out of, we'll call it the Canadian Northwest. So that's where she is. And then Eamon has got some potential longs on Netflix and PLTR, but he says he doesn't see anything as an A-plus setup. So he'll wait and see what happens. So there you go. So that's what everybody's watching. John already mentioned he's taking a look at Meta. I've got my eye on Meta, so everybody's looking at Meta. Of course, we've got Nvidia with its earnings coming up. Again, live show coming after the close, so be aware of that. And there's my advance notice telling me it's 2 minutes to the market open. So you know what I have to do? I have to set up a market open bell. I don't have that.
Probably not the best thing to bring up here with 2 minutes left to go, but did you see these floods in Nepal, Peter?
No, I haven't.
Crazy footage. This valley just got hit by this tremendous flash flood that the videos coming out of there. It looks straight out of Hollywood. It's absolutely insane. Hope everyone, well, I know everyone's not okay, which is sad, but hopefully it's not too devastating.
Huh.
Rough stuff. And we lost Dolly Parton yesterday. It's
Yeah, that struck me more than I expected.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at these look at some of these images. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty these floods in Nepal are like just devastating villages. These mudslides that are just taking over and sinking villages altogether. So, yikes.
Yeah,
Wow.
deep valleys are scary places to be. It's dangerous. Even up here in New Hampshire, like we had some floods a couple of years ago, just towns that had never been flooded in 100 years. And they got hit so hard, and not quite like that, but just tremendous water coming down to valleys. And
Wasn't it
these...
last summer there was a story of like a kids camp that was on the bank of a river where that valley flooded and these kids
that was
got
in
swept
Texas,
away?
yeah.
It was in Texas
Terrible,
somewhere,
yeah.
Anyways, guys, here's what I'm looking at. Here's my chart. Again, I think of it as the John chart. It's got all sorts of things going on. We'll try and keep an eye on as much as possible as we go to the open. Meta's probably the key thing that I'm hoping is going to move for me, so we'll see what happens with it. But I'm ready to switch horses if something else moves. On my list, I've got Boston Scientific, Kohl's, Netflix, all the rest that we talked about. All right, here's the opening bell, guys. Good luck. Trade smart. Whatever you do, don't take any big risky trades. SpaceX popping up here very quickly at the open.
Maybe take a look for Mike as well, Peter. He might be trying to get on the call.
Is he? Yeah, who's doing the live? I just assumed you were doing the live. But hold on. Let's...
I can stick around for a bit if Mike's not
Mike
here.
is in here. I'm sorry. Mike is here. Look at... There he is. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, John's doing like the pre-market show, and then I'm covering the live show. Except I don't think you're here tomorrow, right, John?
Not tomorrow or Friday, but then I'll be back next week for most of the week.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll leave you
All
guys
right.
to it. I'm going to go try to find something here and make it work. And I'll send those trades up around 10:15, 10:30, Peter.
Will do. Thank you, John. Thanks for being here, Mike. Apologies for that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. I can never hear you, so it's good to have someone let me know. So here you are.
I figured John would tell you since he
Yeah.
wanted to drop off.
Yeah.
AMD pushing higher.
Yeah, I see that. AMD's popping up. Nvidia is heading towards the VWAP. I still. Ooh. AMD has some orders. We'll see what AMD does. It's popping higher here. Meta does not seem to be getting the enthusiastic move that I was thinking it might. So 586.
I think it's finding its bottom right here after its big push up pre-market, and then let's see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, it's actually good news for Meta. I mean, only 12.6 billion or something.
Yeah, exactly.
They were looking at like lots of money.
Yeah, they were saying it could be up to $1 trillion. So I mean, that's obviously that's a fraction of $1 trillion. But for most companies, a $16 billion lawsuit penalty would be devastating for the tech companies like Meta. They're like, yeah, sounds good. Who do I write the check to?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me get this out of the news as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
That's what I think
we'll take it out of the slush fund and pay you guys.
Yeah.
So
Mark Zuckerberg, you don't get that yacht this year.
He's trying to get Meta to move. I'm not so convinced on this move. I'm watching it. No trade for me yet, but it's moving. Andrew just stopped out of his long trade. We'll see what we get here. I am watching Netflix. Zoom has moved up a little bit. Intuit had an initial pop off the open. Wow. Nvidia. What a crazy move on Nvidia early. Look at this thing, man. It is up and right back down. Big engulfing candle there. So that's just
I have that on my watch list, but I don't think I'm gonna trade it in the morning. It's more for a late afternoon, maybe sell off or run up into earnings. I don't want to mess with that at the open.
I'm tempted. I am oh no, what happened to my button? Oh no. Why did my Oh no. I didn't save it properly.
I could very possibly here take some shares on the MES here at the open here.
I got Nvidia short here, as you guys can see on my screen. So taking a little bit short here. I don't know how far this move is going to go. So I'm going to be pretty cautious. Taking a partial already, and already my platform's not set up properly. Guys, I took a trade. Look at me.
Yay! Peter got it. It's Wednesday. He finally got in.
Oh my goodness! It only took me 3 days this week. So, anyways, but we're short Nvidia and took a partial. I said I for whatever reason my move stopped or break even button is not on my window, so I'm gonna have to add that. But that's a problem for me to fix a little bit later. So I'm gonna have to manually stop out of this if it goes back to my break even. What is my entry here? 212.20. So I don't have that much room. It could easily just pop right there and stop me out, but if it does, so be it. Hopefully it continues. All right.
Let's see about this pullback on the MES. Meta pulling back pretty good. SPY
All right.
ran up, pulling
see if
back.
Let's see if this
what
works
it
to put my
does.
stop in at break even. Oh, look at that. It worked. Okay, so good. I got my button added. Stop at break even. Let's you know what? I'm going to take another partial down here. So this is all good.
What does AMD's Atlas look like?
Funny, I'm
AMD.
busy
Let me
updating
short
my
AMD.
updating my tools and my platform as we go here, as I'm trading and trying to run the show. So I'm adding buttons to my montage window. I don't recommend this. I'm not really paying attention to the trade too much. So this would be
Not the best. NVIDIA. I'm keeping an eye on AMD actually. I don't really like it for a high a day, so I'm kind of keeping an eye out to see about see if we can find a short anywhere in here.
all right.
Don't like the
So-
volume setup on it is why.
I'm just letting my trade manage itself here as I am setting up buttons. So unfortunately, it's pulling back on me, but there you go. Actually, and we have Mike's screen. You can see what he's looking at. You're looking at AMD.
Yeah, I'm looking at AMD for a short. So the 5-minute doesn't really look like it, but this I don't like the volume, how we're going white, red, declining as we're up here. So
I was right about Meta. While I was distracted on Nvidia, Meta did drop. I should have gone short on Meta. I so much wanted to. All right. Well,
I'm also getting long here on the SPY.
Okay.
Or not the SPY, but the MES. So after that hard sell down, we get an entry as we pop up. See if we can pop through this, looking for 770. If we can't get a push up. I don't think the numbers are as bad as they make them out to be today. So if we can get through this level, this is the level that we need to get through though. So orders transacting there. Let me go back to AMD because again, I liked AMD.
I added into my shorts on Nvidia just because it was close to my break even, and if it pops up towards 212, I'm just going to get out anyways. Hopefully it drops here. If we can drop back to low of day and lower, I wanted to have more size since I took some early partials. So, and I'm showing you, Mike. So here we go. You can see I just added into there. It moved my average down below 212, unfortunately, but and I might just get stopped out here. Well, if I do, then I do. But figured I might as well have some additional volume to play with. Oh, it's so close to my break even. Look at this. We're just toying with it. Oh, there you go.
Toy. There it got you.
There it got me. So that's okay. I said if it went through that, I figured it's going to go through 212, which it just did. So I would have been stopped out anyways. Well, actually, no, it's 212.20 was my original entry. So we'll see if I survive. But you know, it's I don't mind the ad, even though I got stopped out, because you know that was the move. Either it was going to drop or it was going to pop. So here you go. So I would have been stopped out anyways had I just done nothing. So really didn't lose much other than you know, couple of cents in commissions. No big
All
deal.
right. We need a break right now through this 7. We need a break through this.
Will Rhino, I thought so too. That I'd lost all the mojo, but yeah, I'm happy that I was able to actually take a trade. So, Pat, I'm Pat. I'm not sure if you're my greatest fan or my biggest critic, and maybe both, but I appreciate that. So, hey, look, I took a trade. I'm just happy that I was able to do that. So one way or the other, we got into something and we took the risk. We'll see what Nvidia is up to. I still think Nvidia. What does the level 2 tell me? There's downside orders on it.
Yeah, I don't like this.
I don't see a lot to the top.
Every time we get up
I
here, we're
think-
just rejecting the previous day high.
I'm getting short here on Nvidia again. Very, very tight stop because I just want to see it drop. Basically, I'm only going to give it like 10 cents to the top side. If it pops, I'm just going to get out. I got in with just a big size for this drop, and now that it's gone down here, I'm going to put my stop to break even. A pretty aggressive trade. But we'll see what happens, because if it goes back over 212, sorry guys, I can show you my trade here. So I've got a great entry here at 212.12. So I'm happy to let it ride and see if we can't move lower. If again pops up, I'll just get out of this at break even. Doesn't cost me anything other than a few commissions, but we'll see if we can get that move. Come on. Come on, Nvidia. You were looking good and weak for a second there. Nope.
Are we gonna go
right.
this time?
Out at break even.
Are we going? Are we going?
Out at break even.
Go,
So,
go,
okay.
go, 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 go. No, we're not going.
What are you looking at, Mike? You're watching. Oh,
I'm on the MES, and
Yeah.
it's really fighting. Like the SPY right now is fighting its
Yeah.
previous day close. So I really like this weak candle, this wick. Where wow, there we go. We are
Wow, look
gonna
at that
take.
pop. Wow. Okay. So, Mike, you got an immediate pop on that trade.
Finally.
And a good thing I got out of Nvidia as tightly as I did, because that popped it up as well. I'm not really seeing all the orders on the top here on Nvidia, so I still think that this is a potential short, but the market forces are pushing it higher, so I'm not going to fight it.
That is what I was looking for.
Nice.
There's the pre-market high level. Nice little pop up. Took a while, but finally got it. At least I finally got it. So.
All right. That's good.
AMD is $490. It's a lot of orders at the 490. I don't want to short this yet, but again, I don't like it necessarily for a long. Probably take another contract off here on the MES if we get back up to the pre-market high.
Wow, good pop. Good move, Mike. You got in just at the right time to take advantage of that. So
So we're looking Yeah, let me switch this over here.
Guys, I appreciate everybody that clicked the thumbs up button and gave us a like. Appreciate for those that haven't, if you could just take a moment and do that. Helps with the growth of the channel. And again, if we can double what we've got now, get up over 500, we will give something away. Oh, make me give something away.
I'll answer that question here in just a second. I probably
Yeah.
shouldn't have. I probably
Yeah,
should have
manage your
there,
trade,
but
Mike.
that's okay. The thesis of it was on this 5 minute, right? It's a 5 minute. You got the pop from the news here on the 5 minute, and then we sold off on it. And then we found all this consolidation. Market opened up strong, came back down, and then pushed right back up. And that's what my thesis was. Okay, we got the buying back pressure back up. We take it around this area. Let's see if we can get up to 7,700. And then you also had to have some orders up here. Like, see, we got 7,700, and it looks like 7,705 too is going to be there. So we'll probably have a little bit of a pullback here before getting up to 7,700. But that's where the thesis was. This area also, if you looked at the option contracts on you looked at the option contracts, that was the 765, the open interest. So they tried to clear those out and they just couldn't right away. So my stop is basically below this 764 if we close, or 765 if we close below that on the SPY. I was gonna get out. So I probably should have taken that when we got there, but that's all right. I thought we'd get 7,700, so I'm gonna wait to 7,700, or I'll get stopped out at break even, one of the two. So we'll manage this trade. AMD is strong. Good thing I didn't short that. AMD is strong. Nvidia. Wow, Nvidia. Did you short that again, Peter? Up there near 213.50?
I didn't know because it was popping up too high, so I just left it. But playing with my monitor.
Yeah, this looks like what the range of Nvidia is going to be today.
Yeah, a lot of up and down on Nvidia. This again, I wasn't seeing a lot of buy orders on Nvidia, so now a little uncertain here. This is a weird sort of no man's land. I don't like stocks that end up oscillating between the VWAP and the previous day close at any time of the day. That's a dangerous place to be because it can just bounce no matter how far apart they are. So
yeah,
and that's exactly where Nvidia is. So Netflix dropping here a little bit. So Netflix, I have that that box drawn, right, that tells me where that daily level is. That is, as I'm keeping an eye on that, I want to see if the price gets down towards the bottom end. I think this is sort of just a chop range. Probably not a lot happening in the current price range for Netflix, so not a lot to do there. And then, some of the others that we were watching this morning haven't done a lot. Boston Scientific did jump up right at the open. Whoops. And it got an initial move, but now is just moving sideways, so nothing much of interest there. Abercrombie and Fitch, another one, not enough volume, right? Really pretty boring. See how this is a NYSE, New York Stock Exchange traded stock. See how the volume only came in here on the 3rd minute? This is why you got to be careful. You got to wait for that volume, right, before it decides what to do. But overall, not a great stock. Kohl's, really nothing going on. And Intuit, Again, opening candle, then nothing. So all of those pretty much a bust. Zoom was the last one, also did nothing. So as I expected, not a lot of move on those stocks, compared to, the tech stuff that we like to watch. I mean, look at SpaceX, right? At least that made sort of a decent, move that you could have traded. Tesla that we talked about, right? That always sort of makes at least a sweeping move that you could take advantage of. And of course, Nvidia that I was in. So I like those moves. Mike, you obviously got the market overall, which is not a bad place to have been.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's coming back and stopping you out, eh?
Yeah, I'm out at break even.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Again, I think we found our range though for the day, right?
Yeah.
Like 77 down to 76. I mean,
Yeah.
I looked at the market this morning when I got up and I was just like, oh, this is terrible. I mean, look at 1 o'clock, right?
Yep.
From 1 o'clock, I mean, this thing is
just
and
ugly.
then we got the news and we just made it bigger, right? And we just made it bigger. The range is just bigger now.
Roboski, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I gotta focus on that a little bit more. Keep my mouth in front of the microphone, because you're right. If I turn away from it, I'm not talking into the microphone anymore. So bad media management. I've got too many screens here. They're all over the place. I'm trying to get used to this setup. But you're right. When I turn my head, I should be doing like this more than like turning away from the microphone. So practice.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know. Okay.
Question for you, Peter.
Yeah.
I think this is, do you guys take trades or not with the SPY or Q price action compared? I mean, I trade the MES,
Right.
which is basically the SPY, but are you meaning like, do we take trades on Tesla or Nvidia because of what the SPY is doing? Sometimes it all depends. Look at that, Peter. That thing's gonna stop me out and run right back up. So sad. So sad.
Yeah, Ben. I think if we understand your question, I mean, I certainly, like when I'm trading Nvidia, like I traded this morning, I'm definitely looking at the SPY. I'm sort of looking at the SPY and Qs and what they're doing. Oh, pardon me. I had a sneeze that attacked me. But I won't. I don't like it when it's moving drastically against my trade. But I don't really worry about it if it's doing nothing or if it's moving sideways. So I won't trade against it. Like Nvidia, when I was looking at the second short that I got into, right, that I put my stop very aggressively at break even. You can see Nvidia popped higher. That exactly coincides with that pop higher that happened on both the SPY and the Qs. So there's absolutely a correlation there that you've got to be aware of. So if the market is pushing higher, well then don't fight it, but you don't always have to. You don't have to like be I don't know, like be beholden to it specifically. So do I worry if something's moving with the SPY? Not at all. Because most stuff does, right? Especially the big tech stocks we're looking at. It's a valid question. Are they being moved by the market, or are they the ones moving the market, right? Chicken and egg type thing. It doesn't really matter one way or the other. They tend to move together.
Well,
all right.
interesting on AMD. This is the level that it sold off heavily. August
AMD
19th.
Okay, yeah, AMD not doing much here, right? AMD's
The
been up.
weekly expected move. It's the big seller. This could be a setup that I like. It's got to stay below this big seller though. Like I do. You know what? I'm going to take this. Well, if I select my montage, I'm going to take this. Let's take this short. Let's see. If we make a new high, I'm out of this. We'll take the first partial down at VWAP 485. Oh, look at that. We had a drop and then it spiked right up. That I don't like, but that's okay. Oh, and look at the MES right back up to that pre-market high. I appreciate you so much for coming back to my entry point. You got to thank the market sometimes. Like,
I got short again on Nvidia, hoping for a drop here lower, Mike, because it's below the VWAP. It's trending below it. I'm hoping that it can use that as support. Again, pretty tight stop here. I'm not going to give it a lot of room, but trying to get back into more actively trading here. So let's see if we can get a short on this. I don't know where Nvidia is going to go. You can see the previous two candles. It sort of held this level and this line, right? So we'll see what it does. See what it does.
there's the SPY running. That is going to be beautiful. There's 7,700 on the MES. What did that thing come down to? What did that thing come down to? The low on that 7,688.50. That came down literally, I think, to my entry price. I think I got in at 75. Oh, how disappointing. Oh, looks like I'm about ready to get out of this AMD trade too. Yeah, Mally, it's dangerous to force trades. Never force trades.
No, never want to do that.
So, feel good here. Spiked up and then spiked down. So, we will see this. Atlas is against me, but we got to get back below this big seller. Otherwise, I have a feeling I'm screwed in this trade.
Yeah, the Nvidia, I was hoping for a much quicker drop than this. It's not dropping, which is not good, and now it's come up to the 50, the 212.50 level, which I don't love. I've actually added into the trade here at that spike just to see if I can improve my average a little bit and get the drop. But anything over, especially a candle close above 212.50, popping out.
Dun, dun, dun.
Whoa,
You got
right,
1 minute to survive this.
right there.
Taylor, email info@tradingterminal.com. They'll be able to help you out.
Yeah, I'm getting out of Nvidia.
Yeah,
Seems to be pushing
AMD
it higher.
definitely wants to break out, Pat.
Yeah.
It looks like it wants to break. I am short because I'm just that way today.
Well, Mike, I tried to go short Nvidia and get it to drop below the VWAP. It didn't work, so I just got it very quickly. Very tight stop, so no big whoop there, but got back into this no man's land here.
So Dr. Spaceman operates. It's because you only remember the bad. That's what your mind does. It only remembers when you do something wrong, like when you get out too early and you left money on the table, or you get out too late and you gave money back. It remembers that, but what it doesn't remember is all the times that you perform correctly and and hit the top or hit the bottom, or you salvaged and maximized your profit. So to answer your question, the best way to figure that out is you absolutely have to journal all your trades and just observe and compare. Hey, where are all the trades that worked and all the trades that didn't according to this? And then you choose your best plan. And you go, this is my plan and I'm sticking to it, and accept the reality that 99.9% of the time you're never going to get the best move out of a stock. You don't know where the top is. 99.9% of the time you will never top tick a trade. And if that is your goal, to top tick a trade every time, you're only going to be right about 0.01% of the time. And it's going to frustrate the hell out of you until the point that you quit. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So. Yeah, there's John. John, I can't wait to see John's trade.
Yeah. What's he gonna tell us? What reprimand is he gonna have for us today?
Maybe the trade he took continued to run. Maybe it didn't, but he had a plan.
Yep.
And he stuck to his all or none plan.
Exactly.
You know, so. Look at that. AMD. Good job, AMD. Way not to make a new high a day to make me get out. I laugh. Oh yeah, I self-promotion here. If you're in the Kansas City area or Midwest area and you want to come to Kansas City around September 26th, we're going to have a meetup open to everybody. Don't have to be a member. Free. Free to sign up. Just if you do sign up, do please intend to come, because I'm gonna book the venue and let them know estimated people here in a couple of weeks. Give them the numbers. So it's in downtown Kansas City. Plenty of stuff to do around here on that day. There'll be a concert over at the KC Live event. Always over there. You can check out museum. The Hall of Fame is here. For baseball, they have a jazz museum here as well. I mean, there is tons to do if you decide to make it a trip. I don't know if the Chiefs are playing here that weekend, though. That I didn't see.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good draw if they are.
Tailgate party with the Kansas City Chiefs game. Those are always fun. Nope, they're away. That's all right. So the following day, there will definitely be a party in downtown for the watch party. They always have a watch party going on.
They always do that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Always. They sell tables for people to have front row seats at this thing in the big public venue.
Wow.
It's if you like there is sports fanatics and then there's Kansas City. Like this town, when football season comes around, you come here on a Friday, everybody's wearing red shirts because it's Red Shirt Fridays here. Kansas City Chiefs jerseys. You go to work in them, like everywhere. It's Red Shirt Friday.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's it's a sports town, I guess. So
they love their Chiefs here. So, well, it's Missouri American Homeway. It's not Kansas. It's Missouri. So. You can even get some Kansas City barbecue if you want.
Oh, why would you not want? Oh no, look at Nvidia.
Yeah, if you never had it.
Nvidia. I was trying to get Nvidia short again, and I put too tight of a stop. I got stopped out, and of course now it just dropped. Let's see if it continues. I hope it doesn't, of course, now, because I should have got a better entry.
Look at that. The savvy travelers is like, yep, my sister lives in Overland Park, which is just south of Kansas City. That's all you see on the weekends.
Okay, yeah.
It is. So
Mike knows.
come on out, enjoy, meet some traders. Whether you're a part of the community or you're our YouTube community, it's everybody. We'll have a good time. It's an old school meetup, not one where we're giving you information so that you feel like you're in a conference. This is just, let's have fun. And I'm about ready to partial on AMD.
Oh, yeah.
I need to make green arrow appear, so I got to press the green button on my.
It's good to know how your platform works, Mike. That's an important part of trading.
Yep. So, I had a very difficult problem with that when I was first trading.
Oh yeah.
So the Stream Deck was great because now I can just match colors. Green to green. I want a green arrow. Okay, press the green button.
Yeah.
I want a red button. Press the red buttons. Or a red arrow. Press the red buttons. All right. We're going to partial there. That's pretty close enough to get to break even. Thank you for surviving the pullback.
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't do so well with Nvidia. I kept trying to get in and then manage it too tightly, so I keep getting stopped out here. Nvidia's not really moving with the same type of momentum that I'm used to it moving with. So you did get AMD.
This one might bounce off. I mean, the AMD is strong today, so it would not surprise me if AMD bounces off of VWAP and runs up again. But hey, never know. We might get down to 472.
Yeah, maybe.
So if you want to know my trade plan, it's very simple. Partial at VWAP. I'll partial here at 483. I'll partial at the pre-market high, previous day close, and then I'll get all out down here at 472 area. And if at any point it pulls back to my entry, I will get out at my entry point. Yes, Michael, they are waiting for NVIDIA earnings right now. So,
yeah, definitely.
NVIDIA I mean, you can tell.
And I was, Nvidia, we've seen it move more aggressively on earnings days. Whereas before, I would say just avoid it, right? You don't want to trade anything the day of earnings because it would be pretty flat. We have seen in the past quarters Nvidia move fairly aggressively, so a lot of repositioning going on. Doesn't look like that's what's happening so far this morning. It's pretty quiet, so you got to take that easy. But not much going on in economic data. Just going back to my economic calendar. Yeah, not a lot. Nothing happened. No other data coming out. All our data was at 8:30, so we're pretty much done with economic data for today.
All. There we go. We'll take another partial at the daily expected move. Dun dun dun. I love it. I love it.
Nicely done.
Good trade. Almost stopped out. Those are always the ones I like, where you're like almost stopped out and you're like, oh, great. What was I doing?
Yeah.
And then it goes back in your favor. So Firebreaker. Yeah, I don't think the market's going to be all that exciting until Nvidia earnings come out. And personally, if you really want to know my opinion, I don't think it's going to move very much. I mean,
Yeah,
past
talked about
performance
this.
may be an indication of future performance, maybe sometimes. But I think the last 3 times we've done earnings for Nvidia, Peter, they've been like duds.
Yeah,
Like, all
I
right,
have.
move, please. Like it doesn't even get to the expected move, which is frustrating. For the expected move. So here I'll show you. So the expected move, I use Thinkorswim. So for AMD, right? So this morning, and I always do this at the same time. It's 8 a.m. that I do this. So you figure 8 a.m. I start with the SPY and then work my way through. It takes me about 10 minutes. And I just take this number here, the implied volatility, $7.35 right now, plus or minus. And then I just add it to wherever the current price is at 8 a.m. And then I mark it on there. You'll see these light pink lines. I do the light pink on Mondays only, and that is the end of the week's daily expected moves. So I take the August 28th, which is Fridays, and that's how I get the expected moves. If you don't have Thinkorswim and you have another platform, you can always take the at the money call price and at the money put price, add them together, multiply by 75% or 80%. I think it's 80%. And that gives you basically the same implied volatility. And then add that number. But that takes too long. You got to remember it's not precise. Right? I think for me, the way my mind worked, early on in my trading, it was always, I got to have it down to the penny. It's got to be precise. I got to know the exact number. And that's not how the market works. The market works in areas, right? So even though this says 483.92, it may have only come down to 483.95, right? So I got to be willing to be like, all right, price action's right around there. I like it. I'm going to partial a little bit before it. Or if it drops really quick, then I'll get out right away. So. Why did I close my AMD short? So new user, I can answer that because you didn't follow your plan.
Easy answer. Sounds flippant, but it's a real answer.
Yeah. It truly is. If you follow your plan, you're happy whether you win or lose. If you don't follow your plan, you yell at in YouTube with all caps because you're mad and you're frustrated. And I've been there. I'm not making fun of you, new user. I'm not. It's just the reality. I've been the same way. Trust me. I think I'm on like my 5th $18 plastic mouse, right? Because it's a cheap mouse, right?
Much smashing of the mouse.
Squeeze it too hard or slam it on the desk too hard, it breaks. And then I got to buy a new one. So
that's funny.
So which is why I don't spend a lot of money on mouses. I refuse to spend the $100 on a gaming mouse because then my wife will get extremely mad if I break that. She'll be like, what? No. Yeah, so Philly, that's a great question. Let me zoom out here so that we can see the 600 level on Meta. right? So if I zoom out completely at this 600 level on Meta, we see that there is a ton of big orders on Meta. But the problem is you need enough buyers to
You looking
fill
at
those
Meta?
orders.
I see AMD on your screen.
Atlas, sorry.
Oh.
Here. That's because I'm almost a partial area, but I can throw
Okay,
Meta up
that's
here
fair.
too.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you have all these big buyers up here, right? But just because they're there, or big sellers, these are sellers that's saying, hey, I'm willing to sell at 600 and no, not lower. Well, if there's not enough buyers to go get those, then the market makers have to drop the price to go find the buyers. And if we start to zoom in, you'll start to see that is kind of what they've done, right? They've kind of dropped down and ran this price down to where now there's sellers that are saying, hey, I'm selling here, I'm selling here, here, here. And they're just looking, right, for where the buyers are. Once they got enough buyers and enough inventory, then the price can run back up. So sometimes it doesn't quite go there. Sometimes it's that resistance level. I mean, AMD was the same way today, right? That's where I almost got stopped out at. AMD was stacked to the top side as well, but it couldn't get above that 491-ish area. Couldn't sustain it, so now they've had to run it down. And almost to my next level here, and I'm gonna take another partial. Come on.
Oh, nice. Hey, you're getting the move on AMD, the move on Nvidia. If I'd hadn't managed my my third trade so tightly, could have still been in that slow mover here as the market is. Well, the tech stocks seem to be pushing down like this, but the Qs and the SPY sort of holding, roughly holding. The SPY is just holding just green. The Qs are just red. So
just that MES trade just did not quite work out the way that I wanted it to. Just, I had those levels. It just, maybe I should have got in earlier. Well, life goes on. It's an important thing to understand too. Some days the market's with you, and some days the market is against you. But it really doesn't care about you.
no, that it doesn't.
10%. That's how much I'm partial. Some days, what's the better? Some days it feels it's with you. Some days you feel it's against you. But in reality, it doesn't even know you exist.
Doesn't care.
Who are you? What's your name? Unless you are a Michael Burry or somebody like that, the market could really care less about what you're doing.
Yeah, if you guys remember, I used that analogy the other day. Which you look at the wild buffalo or the bison that are roaming the plains, right? Those are the big players in the market. And, when the whole herd moves, you can hear them thunder across the plains, and it's obvious. We are the amoeba on the back of the flea on the back of the buffalo. And the buffalo doesn't know we exist. They might know the flea exists because those are some of the prop traders and the smaller firms and, like the interactive brokers you might trade through or TOS or whatever else you're using, right? But and if the buffalo decides to itch itself by rolling in the dirt and crushing the flea, you die if you're on the wrong side of a trade, but the buffalo still never knew you existed. It wasn't you it was reacting to. So, yeah, like Mike said, right? We're not playing at the scale at which the market pays attention. So be aware of your place in the ecosystem. But it's tempting. We all get there where you're like, what the heck? Why is the market out to get me personally, me specifically? We know they're not. But there's times where you're like, it just feels like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. So do I like trading futures more than stocks? No, I just think it's another vessel, I guess, to make money that I've developed. We needed to develop some educational material. I did some education, and I found that I actually don't mind trading it. Once I figured out, I'll tell you, in the beginning, the reason I never really wanted to trade futures is because I'd never understood how risk management worked with it. And to me, risk management's the most important thing that I do in trading. Like, risk management's more important to me than making money, because I'll make money over time. But if I'm not careful, I can blow my account up very quickly. And it doesn't matter anything. So I never really wanted to trade futures because I didn't understand the risk management aspect of it. But then when I started to develop the education material, I went out and really started to understand it. And once I understood it, I'm like, heck, I can risk the exact same that I risk on an equities trade on a futures trade, and I can manage levels. So I'm like, yeah, to me, it's all the same. Now I just look for setups. So like I saw the setup on the MAS today, I took it. Trade didn't work out completely for me. Still got a good pop on it, got a partial and then out, and then taking a look, kept an eye out, saw this setup on AMD. I took the AMD setup, and now I'm sitting here in AMD. So
the SPY and the Q's now red. The SPY just went red 2 minutes ago, so we're sitting here with the market looking weak, pushing lower. Nvidia at new low of day here as it's pushed down. Meta is towards the low of day. It's gone red, but it's just hanging out here at this level. You can see on Meta, sort of hanging out here, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Nvidia, like I mentioned, is at low of day, so you can see my various trades there on Nvidia. And then, of course, we got Mike's trade on AMD that he's hanging on to. It's bouncing back on you right now, Mike, but still, you're in a good place. So just be patient.
But I got that partial right where I said pre-market high at close. My next one is here, and then here. I will get all out. So,
all right, you feeling
sticking
ready
with the plan?
You feeling ready for John's commentary
Yes.
of the day? Yeah, John's comment of the day. All
I'm looking forward to his meme.
All right, here it is. Here's John's meme for the day. Good old what is it? Was this? This is the Housewives of something. Housewives of Beverly Hills. Housewives of Dallas. I don't know. Take a partial. The cat is like, oh. Anyways, all right. So John,
no, that movie. That's Paradise or something.
Oh, is it? No.
Yeah, or Couples Retreat. Couples Retreat.
Couples Retreat. Okay, I don't know what it's from.
Yeah, where they're out there. I remember this scene where she's like yelling at the guy. Yeah, that's funny. And John's like, no, but remember how he said, stick with your plan, right?
Yeah,
that's his plan.
He's gonna execute to it.
And even though it ran. He doesn't care.
Nope. He got his move. And he mentioned it when he was here with us. He said he was looking for just a $4 move, and he got his. Looks like he got his $4. Well, no, this looks like he took a $2 move. So, what was he saying? It's a $4 move on something. Oh, maybe it was Meta that he was looking for a $4 move on. Anyways, whatever it is, he stuck to his plan. He got his move. It's a very simple trade, in and out. So there you go. So there's John's trade. You got Gary, who looks like he, Gary tends to play a little more patient game. He got into It looks like a SPY derivative here of probably futures contract. He got in, added a couple of times, and then started a partial when it moved higher. So there's his trade on that. We've got Lou Reed that has taken a trade on Apple or an Apple contract. Oh man, he got in at what? 7 cents? Got it at 15 cents. Doubled his money. One contract. But he doubled his money on it. So there you go. All right. Got in at 7, out at 15. So why not? Do what you can. SMTC, interesting. In either must be a partial, maybe add into it, and then getting out of the trade. So that's one by Ken. We've got Sammer, who's always in the chat room. Wow, look at this. Sammer does this a lot. He gets in with a whole lot of ads. Once he gets confidence, he starts to add into the trade. Add. You know, big partial at the spike high. Add as it pulled back. Another partial at the next spike high. So yeah, that's actually good trading. You know, that shows he's confident in his strategy, and you'll see his trades very consistent like this too, which shows me that he knows he's doing. He's doing it on purpose. It's not by chance. Gabrielle R is in. It looks like a couple of different entries. In partial, stopped out, tried again here on PLTR. Bunch of partials up the chain, and then either got back in or added on the way up here. So managing PLTR this morning. A different trade by we were talking this morning. You also in the chat room? Celiot, I think you were providing comments in YouTube earlier. But you got in some partials up on Tesla. This is a good trade, actually. I like this. You know, partial all the way up. And got out when you got comfortable. Leon got in with an add, or maybe in and then an exit on Tesla, back in, and then partialed up. So very similar to what we saw. I think this trade probably is a little bit better, but Leon, hey, like you're in it, you managed it. That's good trading. We got I'll just call you Dila, Dilawar. Dilawar, you got in. Looks like a bunch of ads on the entry here. In, add, and then partialed up here on what stock is at this price? 477. It's not Meta. Maybe it's was this AMD earlier, maybe? It looks like AMD maybe off the open.
Yeah, 477.
Yeah, that was an
like
AMD trade off the open. So there you go. Another SMTC trade, interesting, and had to hold through this pullback, but managed to hold and then partialed all the way over the top of of this trade. And last but not least, AGK. Trading Dick's Sporting Goods. Well, that was one we were watching yesterday that I wasn't watching today. Looks like Dick's has made a slow, steady climb in a bunch of partials. Add to the trade. Add again. Partial all the way up. So there you go. Hey, sometimes you don't have to have big moves, right? Just have to slow, steady move. This trade was there's a couple of these were all on Discord that he took them from. So there you go. So maybe you're not in the chat room. These guys were Celiot is also in Discord, so I like it. All right, good, well done, everybody. Those are the trades that we had to share for this morning. So, and once again, if we go back to it, you can see John. He's gonna stick to his guns. Damn it, right? He's not taking a partial. I don't care what you say. He's gonna manage his rules, and you can only respect that. Good for him.
And the SPY, while you were talking, has sold off.
Oh.
Come all the way back down.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah,
too bad my AMD trade isn't following with the SPY.
No, it isn't. The SPY has really sold off too in the last few minutes, but yeah, AMD didn't follow. That's disappointing for you.
No, it just kind of hung out there, which is okay. I'm fine with it. It just stays there as long as it stays. Oh, something just came out about gasoline. I didn't know I had trading terminal on. And why is it not in my headphones? That is very strange. Why? Well, Why is trading terminal not in my headphones? Yeah, whatever. I figure that out later. So,
All right, we're getting a bounce on the
see, I
SPY
want to
now.
try something real quick.
Nvidia's at a low. Jeez, I mismanaged Nvidia, guys. Hey, look, at least I took a trade today. I took a whole bunch of trades on Nvidia, but didn't really manage them all that well. As again, I got in. Well, I mean, the first trade was good, made me money. Right, you can see that here at the beginning of the day. But then I was trying with these really, really tight stops, right? Like I just didn't want to take any risks. I was getting in, hoping for an immediate move. All short trades, by the way, and and I just a whole bunch of stops at break even. Really, it's not a very mature way of trading, but I'm just trying to get myself back into the habit. Take some trades, darn it. So,
Yeah,
I'm sort of okay with that for this morning. Just feeling my way through it. Hopefully we'll get a nice reversal trade or, a VWAP. Actually, the Qs, I didn't see it, but if you look on the Qs here, this is a sort of a good lightning bolt pattern, right, on the Qs. It gets even more obvious if you look at it on a 2-minute chart. So I like the way it pulls through, right? It tested from the underside, showed continued weakness, and then continued lower. So that's actually a really good, lightning bolt. Like I was teaching in the webinar last night. I wasn't watching the Qs. We were doing whatever we were doing at the time, and I didn't see it. But my phone is ringing. All right, let me see what this is.
Phone. So American HomeAway for Peter. Peter makes all of his good trades typically after he gets off YouTube because he's more of an afternoon trader than a morning trader.
Yeah.
If you come into the BBT chat room, if you're a part of the community, we do the close show, Peter and I, and you should see some of his mountain pass trades and his lightning bolt trades, his reversal trades that occur right around 11:30, and then he's in them until the end of the day. That's where his profitability comes from.
And what you're watching is me try and figure out how to trade the open, because I find it's a very different trading style, right? If you're trading the momentum at the open, compared to what I do later in the day. Because later in the day, it's sort of you take it, you set your limit, sort of like what Mike did on AMD, right? You just you have your trade set up. It either works or it doesn't, and you just let it work. And I'm used to doing that in the afternoon. I'm trying to teach myself the open, and I'm actually having to unlearn a bunch of habits or learn a different style, right? I'm too stuck in the way that I've taught myself over the last decade to trade that now it's proving a challenge for me to do things differently. So I'm finding it a fascinating process, really. It's but unfortunately you guys also have to sit through the pain of me figuring it out. So
yeah, it's learning to trade is difficult, and it's good that you're showing them, Peter. It's especially a lot of times again, right, that
and it shows you once we all have a way of looking at the markets, and I had a very specific way. I didn't realize how ingrained in my trade psyche that was until I've tried to do something different, and then suddenly I'm like, why am I not able to do this? I teach this stuff, I should know how. It's so easy to tell people what to do, it's so difficult to actually execute it. So it's a very humbling and important lesson for me. So all the strategies I typically teach are the ones I actually take, but like Mike said, often they're later on in the day. So
yeah. Oh, and it's I cannot stress enough to people that are learning to trade. If you don't have a plan, you're gonna struggle. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to be like, why does the market run without me? Why does the market go against me? How come I can't parcel at the right areas? Trying to manage your trading plan. All these things become very frustrating because the market is random. And like we were talking about, doesn't care what you do, right? You don't have any control of what the market does. So having a plan, though, allows you to evaluate yourself and provide positive feedback to yourself about your own performance. When you can follow your plan, right? When you follow your plan, you can be happy whether you win or whether you lose, because you're like, hey, I'm following my plan. This is my plan and I'm sticking to it. And when you can get to that point, right, your life doesn't, your happiness in your life doesn't evolve around whether you have a green day or red day. It evolves around your family and everything that you enjoy outside of trading, and it just becomes what you do from this time to this time. And when it's done, you're done. You're like, okay, let me brush it off. Let's go. You see it with Andrew. He'll make $40,000, $50,000, no problem. Doesn't change what he's doing. Right? He's no different when he loses $30,000 or $40,000. That it's all about the same because he's just trading his plan. Sure, you upset? Absolutely, you're upset.
Yeah,
but
nobody wants to lose money. But
yeah, but here's the other thing to remember too. I mean, when I say Andrew loses $30,000 to you, that may seem like crap. That's a lot of money. To him, it's not even a percent of his account. So because it's not a percentage, 1% of his account, he's not as emotionally attached to it. Whereas if you have a smaller account and you're risking too large of a size, you could lose $250, but that's 2% of your account. It's going to hurt because more than the 30,000 that Andrew loses, right? So you have to remember that.
right.
And it's tough when you're a new trader to kind of figure that stuff out because there's so much to learn. Then you need to adjust your plan. If your plan doesn't make money, you got to adjust your plan. But you only know that if you trade your plan.
Yep. And consistently. People often think, oh, I did trade my plan. I traded it for an entire week and it didn't work. It's not long enough. All right. We recommend minimum of sort of 60 trades. 100 is better. 100 trades. Look at that. 100 trades doing the exact same thing. That's when you know if it's working or not. That's when you know if you can execute it or not, right? And those 100 trades are going to teach you a lot. How often are you actually able to stick to the trade plan? Did you really trade the trade, right? So the 100 trades don't count if you didn't trade the strategy. That's not one of the 100. That's something else.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So, but getting 100 iterations of the same trade, it depends on the trade strategy. If you say, well, wait a second, like I only see it once or twice a day, well then, then it's going to take you 50 to 100 trading days. That's the reality. If you can trade it 10 times a day, then obviously it's a shorter cycle, but is it, it's got to be the actual setup you're looking for that you're taking. So, that's a big part of what we do, especially at P Capital, the boot camp, to try and help you understand that process and work through
it. And I think traders, when they come in on that first day, when I give them kind of what we look for your daily goal, once you have a trading plan that you submitted to us, all we're asking you to do is trade it one time a day. Just trade that plan once a day. And if you do that once a day, you'll get 60 trades following that plan by the end of boot camp. And you'll know at that point whether the trading plan works or not.
Yep.
But to get that one trade, especially in the beginning, it could take you 4 or 5 trades to actually get that one trade.
Yep.
So I will say this past boot camp, I had the most trades I've seen to get 20 trades following a plan. We had a trader that took over 200 trades to get 20 trades.
Wow.
The trader just could not follow the plan. But the majority of those 20 trades came near the end of that 200,
Right.
where he started to understand the importance of following the plan. And he learned from all the times that he wasn't, and being undisciplined and chasing the money and being FOMO and all that other stuff. So. So AS12, your fear of making a loss. Do you control whether you have a loss or a win? You don't. So don't focus on that. Prove to yourself that your plan, right? If you're afraid that you're going to lose, prove to yourself that the plan, try to be like, hey, all right, this is going to be a loss. Let me take 20 of these in a row. If they're all losses, then I know this plan doesn't work and I scrap it. Right? And when you change your mindset to that, then you're willing to take the loss because you're like, hey, 20 losses in a row, times that by the amount that you're risking. That's whatever it is. That's how much I'm going to lose. I'm going to prove that this plan doesn't work so that I can move on to a plan that I do believe will work, or that I'm not afraid to trade. Right. And when traders do that, when I have traders that are afraid to take it, when they start taking that trade and they're like, okay, I've already accepted the loss before I get into the trade. Now you're starting to think like a trader, because when you get into a trade, you're putting on risk, meaning you're already willing to lose that amount of money. But what some traders struggle with is that you enter a trade and you think, or your mindset has it that, oh, I can't lose money, because you don't feel like you've actually lost the money. But in reality, you made the determination that you're willing to risk $100, $200, $1,000, $25, $10, whatever it is, to see if your trade idea works or not. So for me, what I did, I struggled with that as well in the beginning. What I did is I took how much I would risk per trade, times it by 20, made sure I had that in my account, and was like, if I lose it all, I lose it all. Oh well, I'm willing to trade it 20 times.
Yep.
So here we go. Come on, AMD, reject VWAP. We're sitting here. Man, it got hot again. Oh, well, that's because I had the sun pounding on me. What do you mean? What's my plan? Sound like I wrote a psychology book. Yeah, I know. I did actually. Peter's like, take a trade.
I am, but it's not. I don't. Yeah. I'm actually watching AMD here at the VWAP. I want to see what it. At the VWAP to see what it's doing, but I don't see any clear direction on the VWAP here.
Yeah. Ah, awesome, coach. Yeah. I'll share my training plan. I mean, I share my training plan all the time. Oh, the trade Johnson. I want. Ooh, here's Peter's setup, or not Peter's setup, but Carlos' setup. Doesn't he like it when it moves up through VWAP and then comes back down? Oh yeah, but
takes it as it fills through VWAP.
I don't mind this though. A B E. A minute trading channel? What's a minute trading channel? I wish I could trade within a minute. I wish I could take like 1 minute opening range breakout, make 40 grand in 5 minutes and then leave. There could be user. I have no idea what's going to happen after NVIDIA, but I think the market wants to hear NVIDIA's forecasts and their earnings call more than their actual money and revenue.
Yeah.
I think they want to know, hey, what's your projections? What's your projections?
Well,
on
that's
AI?
usually, it's always the forecast, right, that they want.
Yeah. That's what you want. $484. AMD 484. There we go. Let's see. Dorth Athletics. Oh, there we go. I'll be able to watch that. We are going to see. This AMD trade's moving up. 487. At least I'm at 488, which is good. Entry 487 to 96. I'm so. Yeah, AMD's coming back.
Yep.
It's all right. Not every day can you get runners. Oh, my legs are tight. Pat, Dad, don't you have something to do? Leave us alone.
Haven't you got something? Yeah, that's all right.
That's fair enough.
Where are we
I
at?
do think
Sorry, where are we at on that?
I do think,
Sorry, Mike, I keep interrupting.
but I have plenty of stuff to do. Like, yeah. Once your kids are out of the house, then you just get all this other fun stuff that you can do, like go on cruises and fly around the world. And I still have to get my wife to quit inviting my kids, though. Every time I plan a vacation for me and my wife alone, my kids always get the invite. I'm like, this is supposed to be for us. I want my son. Like, okay, we'll let him come. Oh no, I love my kids. Don't ever think that I don't. But there's sometimes that there's sometimes when your kids need to miss out on something so that they truly appreciate it when they do have it sometimes. My son has finally grown up enough to where he has gone through that and understands the niceties that are offered and going out on all these different things. My daughter's in that weird age of, I'm adult, leave me alone, I know better. Mom, why are you bothering me? All right, so got to give her about 3 or 4 years till her and her mom get along. Me and my daughter get along great, but her and my wife, I see it all the time. I love it. I'm like the referee when those two start. I'll be on the sideline. One person will say something, my daughter will react a way, and then it just begins. And then it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And they both have to have the last word. Like they both have to. It's mandatory. Even if they're agreeing, they both have to have the last word. So that's where me as the referee have to step in and be like, neither of you getting the last word. I am. No, shut, stop. and then it goes quiet. And then they're both mad at me. So you let them go in and duke it out. Yeah. I let them duke it out for a while. I haven't booked it yet, Medi, but we know what cruise ship we're going on. We're going to go on the Norwegian Encore. If you've ever met my wife, it takes her a while to buy stuff because she researches. She will find the best price on the best website for the best deal. She will do her research. Even if it's just us going to, let's say, where's our next trip going to? I think we're going to Dort or some university. She'll spend 2 days looking for a hotel in a small town where you have basically 4 choices. Hilton, Marriott, Holiday Inn, or Best Western. And she'll spend a couple days monitoring the prices, making sure that she gets the best price. So me, if you tell me, I'm like, boom. Like today, right? Actually, it took me a few days to buy the plane tickets to LA where we're catching the cruise. Because the first day that I saw them, they were at a price. And then when my wife agreed to go on the cruise, I'm like, oh, let me go buy the plane tickets. I went, and then they were like $400 more. And I'm like, nope, not buying those. I'll just wait. And so every day I've been checking, and today they went down, and I was like, buy. Like, it doesn't take me long. Like, bye, let's go. Got it for $400 less. Bye. Like,
Yep.
let's go.
Yep, you're not likely to get it much lower, right? And is it worth risking losing that price for an extra $50? I mean, who cares?
No.
Yeah.
And it's a nonstop flight from Kansas City to LA,
yeah.
which like is there to LAX. There's 2 airlines that do a nonstop flight,
That's it?
Delta
Oh.
and Southwest. And I refuse to fly Southwest.
I was going to say,
Like,
I know how you feel about Southwest, so.
Nope. So I was just watching Delta. Everyone else, you got to fly to a connection city out of KC before going to LA.
Really? I would have thought KC
Yeah.
would have more direct flights, being that it seems to be such a busy sports town.
Yeah, especially for LA. It's interesting that KC has tons of nonstops to Portland and Seattle.
Huh.
And they got nonstops to Miami, nonstops to Philly, JFK, Chicago, right? Lots on the East Coast, but going to LA, it's difficult to find a nonstop flight.
Interesting.
And I hate layovers and changeovers. If I don't have to have it, I'm not taking it.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I've done the Space A, but I'm beyond that. I just like knowing, hey, this is what I'm getting on the plane. This is what I'm getting off the plane. This is what I'm getting on the plane. This is my food on the plane. This is my seat on the plane. Like,
Mike's not messing around anymore.
Yeah, I've hit that age where yeah. I will pay for comfort. Let's put it that way. That's the best way to say it. I am more than willing to pay for comfort on an airplane at this point. Like,
I don't generally.
my wife still isn't, but I am. I'm like the extra money for legroom and width in a seat to where I don't have people's body sweat on top of me or having to manage an armrest. Like, yeah, I don't. That's for young people. You all do that stuff.
That's for young people. All you young whippersnappers, you can do that. I don't generally pay for extra space on a plane. I mean, I'm not that particular, to be honest.
I do. I can't. I can't be cramped. That's my issue.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
if I feel trapped, everybody's having to rebook their flight. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Because they're going to turn around the plane or land the plane quickly. One of the two.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to be that guy on the plane if I get into a situation where I'm trapped and they're going to be like, oh crap, we got to land the plane. So I do it for the benefit of everybody else.
Nobody wants to be that guy, right?
Yeah. So I do it for everybody else. I make sure I'm comfortable and
generous of you.
So AMD is rejecting VWAP. Still in the trade. I'm happy.
See that, yeah. Hopefully it can drop. The SPY and the Qs are trapped. They're both in this no man's land between the VWAP and the previous day close. I hate it when things are trading in that zone. So that's not so good.
Carlos is coming back in a couple weeks. He's on vacation, taking care of the family, having fun, supposedly fixing his computer. I don't believe that's going to happen. But
well, you got to get some time off. But yeah, he said he was going to do that. We'll see how much time he's able to.
Yeah, he's not doing
that. Yeah.
So
well,
But that's why, yeah. So.
He was supposed to buy a chair like 8 months ago, so that's still.
Yeah, maybe he'll buy the chair.
Maybe not.
You know where I want to go after this? I think
Where's
maybe
that?
I'll do it next year. Is South America.
Oh,
So
Like,
I want to
back to
go.
Colombia.
I think I'm gonna try. I think I'm gonna try to go to the Women's World Cup in Brazil.
Oh,
I
I haven't been to
think that
Brazil
will
in
be
like 30 years. It's been a long time since I've been to Brazil. All right. We should have Eamon back any moment now. But I don't see him yet.
He's on vacation.
Yeah.
He is vacationing. Ooh, do we have Eamon? Probably not. I haven't heard Eamon. Oh, are we handling the next hour too?
No, I don't think so. We should have Eamon. I didn't hear that he's not here. He said he'd see us a little bit later when he left earlier.
Oh, let me check Telegram.
Hey guys.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
He's alive.
Yeah, I had to log into my Telegram one more time on my web browser because the link is there. Took me a minute.
Ah.
Yep.
Good.
Uh,
I have an echo.
how
Why do
did
I
you
have an
guys do
echo?
today?
Why do I have?
I did pretty good. I took a trade on the MES. Got a slight move out of it. Stopped out at break even, but then I got this short on AMD that I'm just sitting in. So
Amazing. Yeah, I am having a small forward because I was watching PLTR today, but I missed the entry, and that was it. Nothing after that.
Okay, PLTR. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we'll
was
take
watching it.
we'll
But
take this
is
off.
what it
Mike,
is.
thanks for the sharing the trade on AMD. That was a good one, and thank you for being here this morning. We're gonna hand over to Eamon. He takes over the airwaves, shows us his trades. So, all right.
Thank you,
All of you,
guys.
Eamon.
Enjoy the rest of the day. And YouTube, how are you guys doing today? Hello, Sammy. Hello, Lorna. Our usual guys are here. Yeah, I missed it, unfortunately. I was watching it. This was one of my one of the main stocks on my watch list. Actually, one of the mentees ended up calling it. The main stocks that I was watching today, the main stock that I was watching today was Netflix. But then Jeremy has, and he's actually an amazing trader. I love how he utilizes fake breakouts on his entry. He did call PLTR for a bounce of the low of the daily channel, and I wasn't actually watching it in the morning. Then I took a look at it and I saw that, yep, actually we are sitting at the low of the daily channel. This is where it was sitting at during the pre-market. And I noticed that this low of the pre-market that we are sitting in is also sitting at the low of the daily channel. And you know what happens in ranges, right? Statistically, at the high we go down, at the low we go up, down, and up. So the selection was actually perfect. Then I took a look at the hourly chart and I noticed that the hourly chart is bottoming with beautiful bullish candlesticks. We had a hammer followed by a hammer followed by a hammer. 5-minute chart, beautiful range. Market opens, fake breaks. After the fake break, we recover. We break the range. Would have been a good entry around here. Would have been a good add here or here. And it never looked back. So this was amazing, but I missed it. I was watching for it to go past the OP in range candlestick just in case. I did not like the fact that it's still broken. It was kind of holding around the breakout area. And then this was just too big. It happened too fast. I was not able to pull the trigger. That triggered me. And I just decided that it's better to walk away rather than force something. And to be honest, I slightly regret it right now because it did offer another good entry around here. This moment triggered me. Then I see that it's going all the way to the previous day close. I start calculating the share size. I realized that I was too slow. That got me mad, so I decided to just walk away. But it's okay. Stick to my rules. Can't always catch them. There was Meta. I know a few traders were watching Meta to the long side all the way to $600. And I actually say that be careful about being too biased because of Atlas. I mean, I get the idea. Atlas gives you a big order. It works a lot of times. There is a seller that is sitting up there and believes that the price is going to reach $600, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen right now. And sitting close to it doesn't necessarily mean that the price is going to continue until the level. You need a combination of a good selection with setup with ideally Atlas confirmation. If you have these three, then that's perfect. You can execute the trade. What did we have on Meta? We had Atlas. We didn't have a good selection because the stock is already past its average true range. We did gap up and we made a move of $30 during the pre-market. So selection 0. We don't have a setup. The price is actually giving you a reversal setup, a parabolic reversal setup. That's not a long play. No setup. What did you have? You have Atlas. And if you trade blindly based on Atlas, then the result is not going to be consistent in the long run. Now, if you played Meta down here, double bottom followed by a reversal candlestick for a parabolic reversal, or the double bottom around the level, then that's a different thing. At least you have a setup on a good selection. Probably the gap happened today because of some positive news. So you have the selection because of the positive news. You have the setup, which is the double bottom, and you have Atlas. Can it reach 600? Probably it can, but from here to here, there was no reason to play it. From here, yes, but even if I played it long here, I probably would not have held it all the way to $600 because that would be stretching it out. Like I said, the average true range on Meta around $20 to $25. I mean, you can stretch it out slightly, maybe $30 with a higher relative volume. But even if you stretch it to 30, that's going to be $5.90. That makes some sense, guys. Mohit gets subbed out twice on PLTR today. Where did you play it to get subbed out on it? I don't see any reason to get subbed out on this thing. If you played it anywhere around here, there was literally no stop on it. Unless you played it maybe later and you could not survive the pullback. What was your plan on it? The Google WETO. This thing is not liquid. Just a few hundred shares per minute. You're going to get huge slippage if you end up trading it. Even the daily is ugly on this thing. Why are you watching it? Let's take a look at what we had around here. This is the trading terminal, Discord server. We had Sheikh Jerry trading Tesla, which was beautiful actually. I love that. Nicki Minaj played AVGO to the short side. Why did you not play it earlier? I mean, good move, good patience holding on to the winner. Just curious why the entry was down here rather than entering instantly at the breakout area. But well done. Mike C down from 6 monitors to 4. I mean, not bad. Probably you would, yeah, 232, 223. That's more than enough. What is this? Journal? Valerie traded PLTR. That's the city. Sounds beautiful. I mean, if you managed to enter down here, that would have been perfect. Or maybe add around here. DKS gave us the pullback today. Yesterday we were watching DKS. By the way, I tried DKS reversal yesterday. It did not end up working, unfortunately, but I managed to cut it out around the break even. area. So yesterday I took 3 trades, 6 hours on NVDA breakout, and then 0.3 loser on JKS at the open, and break even on it at the end of the day. So try the reversal on this double bottom on the 5-minute chart. Did not end up working out. I'm curious, did it end up working out later? Let's take a look at it. So yesterday, yeah, it actually never made the reversal or the pullback. And that's what's happening sometimes. If you try to catch a reversal on this thing, probably during the whole day, you would have failed. And when you quit the trade in the open range breakout, how to know the trade will not continue long? You never know whether it is going to continue or whether it's not going to continue. You just stick to your trade book rules. If there is an entry criteria according to your trade book, you play it. If not, you just don't. I have a couple of rules that are helping me survive huge losses. The first thing is that I do not trade any stock more than 2 times. So if I lose 2 times, then I'm done, even if the move happens. And if it never happens, like AAI today, then at least I'm not getting chopped out on it. Entering and re-entering, entering and re-entering. The second thing is that I don't always exit at -1 hour. If there is a reason to cut the trade, I would exit at break even. Say I played it to the long side here, for example, for a 1-minute open range breakout. Then we get a trend change or a double top on the 5-minute chart. Probably would have been out around the break even on this trade. I would not have been out of break even here for sure. Or here, or here. But later, on the double top, that would have been a good reason. So I could take 2 attempts. Some of them are going to be around break even, and that would keep my worst trades -2. Most of the time, even less than that. And the rules that you are adding to your trade book should not be just random because I have them or someone else has them. You need to backtest them across all your trades, not only the losing trades. You need to backtest them across your winning trades and across your losing trades. I know some traders go through their losing trades. They try to find a similar pattern between the trades that fail, and then they stop doing that specific thing that caused them to lose quite a few times. But the issue here is that you are probably having this specific pattern out there within your winning trades. And by not doing this, you are probably going to get less losers, but at the same time, you're going to be having less winners. And the question is, how much less? Because if this specific pattern gets me to lose -4 hours, for example, every single week, but makes me somewhere around 9 hours every single week, then I probably want to keep doing it. It's okay to have a few losers when it's making me more money in the long run. But if this specific pattern gets me to lose, for example, 4 hours and makes me only 2 hours every single week, then that's probably something that I need to stop doing. Michael, that's depends on the setup. I honestly do not agree with that. If you are playing breakouts, most of the time when you play breakouts, let's just see what we have around here. The price would be going back to your break-even area before it actually works out. When you play, say that you see, if I played it around here to the long side, I got more than 1 hour at this stage. I would have been out at break-even before the move instantly went in my favor. Let's take a look at maybe another example around there for some breakout play. Let's see what we have around the breakout plays. Because most of the time, remember these breakouts, when they work, or go just for range plays. You see same thing around here. Long, partial, back to break even. And if I get subbed out, I'd have missed this move. The thing about that is that breakouts work in this pattern, range, break, retest that could go even slightly inside the range before the trend. And if you play the breakout, get 1R, exited break even, you'll be missing this part around here. I'd say that it is okay to move your stop loss to break even if you're playing parabolic reversal. Parabolic reversal is an aggressive type of reversals where you're catching a stock that's aggressively getting sold off or getting bought back up, play it, and then it goes against you. This is where you might want to exit at break even. But if you play reversals with double bottoms, even these ones, you don't want to move your stop loss instantly to break even if it makes 1R in your favor. You want to move the stop loss to break even if it breaks the previous swing high, means some invalidation. So you cannot just pick a rule, move stop loss to break even after it made 1R, and then just generalize it. It's setup specific depending on how early your entry was, how late was it, how wide your stop loss is. Because another thing, say that you get a really good entry around here with a really tight stop loss. You'll be getting that 1R so quickly, and then you're instantly moving it to break even. Another example is you're playing a 1 minute open range breakout around here. That's your 1R. The stock goes up here. It gives you a double bottom or triple bottom or fails. And you are stubborn, not willing to exit at break even because it didn't give you the 1R. You had a wide stop loss from the start. So even getting that 1R was unrealistic. Back to what I wanted to say, there are just so many variations and variabilities across many different setups, many different entry criterias. There is just so many things that are going on, and you cannot just have this general rule. Get 1R and move it to break even. I mean, what do you think about SpaceX entry long? Let's take a look at SpaceX. I think SpaceX, for now at least, is weak. We made a big move, tried to reverse, and right now we're descending. This looks like it wants to break the low of the day. Maybe not instantly, it'll probably keep ranging. But at least for now, this thing is more likely going to slow. We also had a good fake breakout confirmation at the open. That was a beautiful short play. And the daily chart on it is not bullish, not bearish, literally in a range. I would stay away from SpaceX. You're saying Bitcoin dump? Why are you mad at Bitcoin? It's sitting around $77,000, but nothing bad about it. But now it looks like a healthy pullback after a big rally. NBIS is interesting. It's interesting for a range play, and we are sitting closer to the level of support. I'd say that this is not a good entry. You want it closer to the edge, but feels more long than short. Michael, have a good rest of the day. Enjoy it. Can you send your webinar links? Let me see if there is any other way to actually find my webinars rather than sending so many links. Are you talking about Trading Terminal or Bearable Traders? Sammy? Let me log in to VT quickly. There is actually an easy way to do it. If you are a member of Verbal Traders, go to the Education Center, go to Advanced. You can find some of the webinars around here, or you go for the webinars and mentorship, recent webinars, and find my webinars around here. Open range breakouts, parabolic reversals, breakouts in general, strengths, and ABCD pattern. How is Tesla for long on Atlas? Let's take a look at Tesla on Atlas. Tesla does not look good for a long on Atlas. Let's take a look at it pattern wise. Pattern wise, it's also not good long yet, at least. The ATR webinar is on Trading Terminal, yes. And are you going to stay up late to watch NVIDIA earnings? I don't know. The earnings are going to be around 11:30 p.m. my time. I'm not going to trade it, but I'll join the YouTube. I'll join the live stream. It's too big of earnings to miss. AMD, was it a good reversal at 958? Yeah, I'd not have traded it for sure. It happened after a bullish candlestick on a fake ABCD pattern. On the 1 minute chart, it looks good. In hindsight, it's easy to say yes, but knowing my reversal criteria, I would probably not have traded it. We talked about this before. Normally, if the stock is selling off intraday prior to earnings, the earnings get it to spike up. If the stock is making a huge move to the upside before earnings, eventually it drops down. I don't know, just personal observation, zero technicals, zero fundamentals. We'll see what's going to happen today. Based on my observation, I think it's going to go to the upside. Simply because it's selling off intraday. Where Kyle is. Kyle is enjoying his honeymoon. He'll be back tomorrow, by the way. He said he'll be off for 3 days. Today's the third day. I'll finally get some company here on YouTube. Not that you guys are not enough of a company. And then dump like always on analyst scrap talks. Let's not. No, you're more than enough. Doesn't even feel like it doesn't exist. Do you think Tesla is a double bottom? No. Pattern wise, it is a double bottom. If you take a look at this only, but you need to take a look at the larger picture. In the larger picture, we had a descending triangle on Tesla. We did break to the downside. This is literally the first candlestick after the breakdown. It did try to reverse, but it failed and it keeps making the lower highs. Overall, everything is weak on it, for now at least. And also, Atlas is bearish. This is why you do not want to trade pattern salon. Pattern looks bullish, looks like a double bottom, but it's multiple things that you need to keep an eye on at the same time. I agree. You're here, the avocado is here, capybara is there, all is good. Can't think for better life. Peter is in the background. I'm sure listening to everything quietly. Yeah, this thing is probably going to break the low. You see? That's exactly what we're talking about. Looks like a double bottom, but don't get easily trapped by patterns. Don't be that guy. Sammy, can you tell me what is the title of the webinar, or at least the idea about it? To let you know, because I'm not sure exactly what you're looking about. I have a lot of webinars out there. Alex, exactly. You know, it's just that beating earnings is something from the past, and beating earnings can be calculated. You have access to some fundamentals platforms. You get deeper, you could calculate and you can know whether they're going to beat the earnings or not. But stocks don't move up or down because they beat earnings, because earnings are a thing of the past. It's what's coming next, expectations and guidance. Because if they are bad, then investors don't have any reason to continue investing in this stock. They will be moving their money into something else that's worth it. There was an interesting discussion in my Discord server, multiple time from Mentees Hub, a few days ago, where a few traders wanted to upgrade their PCs, and they were like, they're so expensive right now. They're expensive because the RAM on its own would cost somewhere around 800 to 1,300, depending on what you want to get. And 4 years ago or 3 years ago, that would have cost you somewhere around $150. Exactly, Alex. It used to be one of the cheapest parts that you can get. You can get the beautiful flashy ones for $150, 64 gigabytes. To be fair, 32 gigabytes DDR5 around 300. That's not expensive. For now, at least. You know, if I look for 32 gigabytes DDR5 right now in Russia, it would cost me somewhere around $800. But the technicals, all the PC parts and electronics are expensive because of the sanctions right now in Russia. Let me see how much it costs on Amazon. Curious. Look at this. You were so humble about the price, Alex. Oh, but this is 6,000, yeah. This is 6,400. Let's take a look at 5.6. 380, 390. You see, these things are on fire. Yep, this is expensive. Yeah, to be fair, this is the part of PC that never dies. I'm not sure you can buy a used one that cheap. Anyway, if you go for a used motherboard, you can buy it 50% cheaper. Exactly, RAM apocalypse. Does UT recommend any particular laptops for day trading? You don't need any powerful PC for day trading, especially if you are going to use DAS Trader. You might need a powerful PC if you want to run Atlas. Even Atlas is not that hard, but it consumes some CPU power usage. If you want to run some powerful scanner. But I think you need exactly, you need RAM and CPU. But I think if you are going to run some AIs and build some stuff, which soon enough everybody is going to be doing, you need something more powerful, at least above average. We get our local marketplace and it's around 300. Well, your local marketplace needs to has to be making fortune. I mean, if people figure out you're selling stuff, selling 32 gigabyte of DDR5 for $300, you're the only one who is they're going to be buying from. I like that. I have a friend somewhere. He might hook me up with DDR5. It just sounds interesting. Stam, if you're going to be getting VPS, it's still not cheap for good specs. I think you'll be paying 50 or $70 per month for 4 GB RAMs. Well, anyway, any of these electronics is twice as expensive here in Russia. So think about it, it's already expensive, and here it's twice as expensive. Alex, we need to wait for some time. Let these big companies build their data centers, chill with the orders. Then you will have so many manufacturers with excess memories, and the price are going to stabilize after some time. Give it 4 years. Hopefully you don't need to upgrade your PC in 4 years. Exactly, yeah, 230 probably. Oh, I see, Sammy. You mean it's not the webinar, it's the course. Sorry about that. This is the course link, Sammy. Use BBT 1000 off for 50% discount. I'll enable the discount code right now because it was disabled. Once you get the course, send me an email and I'll invite you to the MTF Minties Hub Discord server. This is where I and a lot of advanced members share their trade ideas, share their trades. We have some group mentorship sessions around here. And my mentees are here as well, and the people who bought the course. So traders are amazing. You're welcome, Sammy. I thought you were looking for the free webinars and not the detailed ones. I built a new PC literally a week before the. Mitch, you're so lucky. You know, I bought a new motherboard back in December, and my old random access memory did not suit it, so I had to buy new DDR5, and that cost me more than the motherboard itself. But hey, I can show off that because I have 64 gigabytes of DDR5. Yes, Harish, the price displayed on the website is the full price. Then you can get 50% discount if you enable the promo code that I just sent. To be fair, if you go through that course that I sent, you will know everything that I know around here. It goes through everything from analyzing higher time frames to identifying ranges before they happen, to the concept of predicting the next candlestick, different pinpoint strategies, breakout strategy from A to Z, from selection to entry to different entry criterias to management, exiting, when to move supposed to break even, when not, different adding systems and methods. So it has everything that you need to learn about. Yeah, I just resend the link and the promo is BBT 1000 off. It's a discount for BBT members, but you guys consider you all BBT members. Frank, have a great rest of the day. Take a look at what's happening on Nvidia there. Slowly bottoming. This is beautiful. I don't see it bullish yet. I'm actually excited for these Nvidia earnings. I don't know about you guys. I mean, you said there is more to trade than just the pattern. Can you explain what else you look? Pretty Bird, it's a big process. I mean, first, you need to identify the market phase. Sometimes it's easy to identify the market phase. You could tell whether we're trending, whether we're ranging, whether around the 50 moving average, etc. But sometimes there are signs that a range is about to form before it's actually forming. And this is the difficult part to identify because there are different rules depending on the market phase for candlestick prediction. After that, I go for the concept of predicting the next candlestick, figure out whether we're headed today to the long side, to the short side, or no idea about it. Then there is the 60-minute chart analysis and the 5-minute chart analysis. The 60-minute chart helps you decide what setup you can play today and approximately where. And the 5-minute chart helps you identify the relationship between yesterday and today and fake breakouts. Then you go to the 1-minute chart, which is where you're looking for the execution for the mini pattern. So this is literally the latest step. You don't start with this thing. And then there is the risk management system, adding it to winning position, different strategies, etc. Will AVG or reverse? Let's see. Looks like it, yes. Looks like it's trying to. This is an interesting one to keep an eye on for a reversal. I would love to see it fake breaking below the low of the day before I play a reversal. For me, when I play reversals into the direction of the overall trend, I don't look for a fake break. Just a bottoming price action like this is enough. But when you're playing a reversal against the direction of the daily chart, and we are right now looking for a reversal against the direction of the daily chart level, multi-month level that was just broken to the downside. In this case, you might want to play a reversal only after short sellers get trapped. And I don't see a trap for short sellers, for now at least. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not going to reverse with trap. It could easily reverse without it. But it's not a high probability and high accuracy setup. Let's take a look at light. Yeah, you can see that. Good for anyone who invested in this thing this year or last year. I mean, would you have long NVDA around 1035? 1035. Probably not. Probably not. How long do you stay in a trade? It depends. Usually my opening range setups when I execute trade within the first 5 minutes after the market open are quick. 10 to 15 minutes and I'm done with my trade. But if I execute a trade later during the day, then I could end up holding on to it for a couple hours. because it takes so long for setup to unfold during afternoon. Let's take a look at Atlas for you, Sammy. Where is that strange order that you are talking about on INTC? Crowd is also reporting today. I did not know that. These are also interesting companies to keep an eye on. Tesla ini iceberg sa bawas. Trader 77. You cannot see icebergs on Atlas or the level 2. An iceberg is one big order that is split to so many small orders, one coming after another. So you could have, for example, someone wanting to sell 1 million shares at 87. Looking at Atlas, you're not going to see these 1 million shares. You'll see 4,000 or 5,000. Once they get close to zero, you see another 4,000 or 5,000. So they just keep coming over and over and over. Or maybe it goes, fills, rejects, comes back, fills, rejects. And that's basically an iceberg. Unlike these big orders, it's invisible. You don't see it on Atlas. Do you trade small cap market? No, I used to trade them, not for a long time, just for some time, and I found them to be so volatile, especially trading them at the open. When I started trading, most of you already know that I was a student in a medical university, and I was done with my university sometimes 4 p.m., sometimes 5 p.m., which is around market open, maybe 30 minutes before the market open or 30 minutes after the market open. And trading low floats after the market open is not the best idea. You could get yourself stuck in a halt. If you are trading low floats, you probably want to trade it during the pre-market. So I never developed any meaningful trade book or strategy to trade low floats during the pre-market. And after 3 years or 4 years of trading, I was still a student in university. I found a few successful strategies and a few trade books around trading high caps. So I never just bothered into looking into low floats anymore after that. Yes, it is sitting at a good level. I love that. Beautiful channel on the daily chart. Hourly chart sitting around the level of support. It probably was interesting here. Double bottom with a fake breakdown. If it makes it back down here, that would not be interesting. It would need longer setup to form. Somewhere closer to 1 p.m. Eastern. But the level is interesting. I like it. Nice call. You said crowd is reporting today. This is interesting. I'll keep an eye on these earnings as well. Fabricio, what Fed speech? Did I miss something? Where did? What's happening there? Yeah, that's an ouch for sure. I has been having these weird volume spikes. We had one around here. Now we're having it here. And this doesn't look like any news. We're just stuck in an ugly consolidation area. This is the type of price action that you really want to avoid trading. We're not sitting at the high, we're not sitting at the low, we're stuck in the middle. MU and AMD are doing well. Microsoft, amazing, almost back to 500. Amazon is struggling. Surprisingly, Amazon is struggling. They had just amazing earnings here. They continued the rally and now it's slowly sinking. Probably until the next earnings. Martin, it's 50%. I mean, did you say IBM is good at 228 level? No, not at 228. I said it is good around this level. It was good here, but at this stage it needs to form a better reversal pattern because it failed the first reversal area or the first pullback. Apple actually had a good day. We did talk about it during the pre-market as well. I did say today I liked Netflix and Apple, but I was not even watching Apple at the open. I did not like where it was sitting out on the daily chart. If you take a look at this thing, it's been ugly for the last few days. A small, tiny range. I love the hourly on it. And around the level, mini range, room all the way to 313. Let's see if there was a beautiful entry on it. No, I don't think so. it was not catchable. Even if I was watching it, I probably would have missed the trade. Anything you guys like? Seems like we're getting some small topping and bottoming patterns across multiple stocks. So maybe we will get some pullbacks or reversals during the afternoon. I'll keep an eye on that. If there is something interesting, I'll end up taking one reversal during the afternoon. Meta is dropping. Yep. See, that's exactly also what we are talking about. You have a huge order at $600, but you can't ask a stock to give you a move bigger than its average. Meta has $20 to $25 ATR. The lowest point on this thing is 560. 585 is 100% of the ATR. You can stretch it out to 590. But asking for 560 in one single day, or sorry, for 600, it's just too much. Marvel, are they reporting earnings tomorrow or next week? Martin, I did trade DKS 2 times yesterday. I had a small loser on it at the open, and a break-even reversal later during the day. I know Peter wanted to the short side. He was right about it. But probably did not give him the setup that he was looking for. Marvel tomorrow night. Yeah, this is also going to be some interesting earnings. And I think if Nvidia does well, Marvel is going to slightly follow it today. And it's going to get a good boost after earnings. Let's see. I don't want to speculate. But if Nvidia gaps down after earnings today, I don't see anything positive for Marvel. Alright guys, we are coming to the end of the hour. I will be calling it a day around here. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbletraders.com. And thank you for the nice feedback. If you get stuck anywhere reading the book, feel free to email me as well, ayman@bearbletraders.com. I'll be more than happy to help you. And after you finish reading the book, I would appreciate your honest review. We're at 107 actually. I thought we were going to get stuck around 100, but thank you everyone who put the review. Glad you all are enjoying the book. Have a great rest of the trading day, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. See you.